the most epic Zodiac Knights system. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1, 10,000 Fists Counterattack. It was dawn, and before the sun rose, Yuhua City was already shrouded in a hustle and bustle. Today was the day when the top family Yang family conducted a talent test once every 3 years. More than 100 families on Tao and Star sent people to watch the ceremony. This was a luxurious feast and an opportunity to leap over the Dragon Gate. Hundreds of young Yang family members were ready to show their skills. If they could stand out in this test, they would immediately become well-known geniuses on Tao and Star, become guests of many families, and be favored by big figures. Yang Ze 3 years ago was the best example. An unknown descendant of the Yang family showed a grade A martial arts talent in the talent test, which shocked the entire family. He was immediately accepted as a disciple by the eldest elder of the Yang family. 3 years later, Yang Zhen is now 6th level innate strongman, ranking first in strength among the younger generation of the Yang family. The young people were full of longing, and they all expected that they would be the brightest stars today. There are still 3 hours before the test. All the teenagers in the martial arts arena have stopped their activities, gathering their strength, and waiting for the test to begin. However, in a remote corner of the martial arts arena, there is a black-haired teenager who is still working hard. This is a teenager of 17 or 18 years old, with a determined face. His hands are wrapped in bandages. Every punch he throws makes a dent on the hard wooden stake. Bang, bang, the dull sound rang out. He sweated profusely, and his fists trembled slightly due to pain, but he always swung his fists unswervingly and never stopped. The boy's name is Yanqing. He is a child adopted by the head of the Yang family when he was traveling on Earth. He has an F-level martial arts talent. Although he is not a direct descendant of the Yang family, the monthly share of star coins is distributed according to the standard of direct descendants. Many people have complaints about this, so he has never been welcomed in the family. Hey, who is this person? Why is he still exercising? Aren't you going to take the test? A boy on the viewing platform spotted Yanqing's figure. Lame you don't know who this person is? He is very famous. He was tested 3 years ago and was known as the worst talent in the Yang family. How come you still can't remember who he is? A girl dressed up in fancy clothes next to him covered her mouth and laughed. Lame heard it and immediately remembered it. He suddenly said, "Oh, it turned out to be Yanqing. When you mentioned the worst talent, I remembered that 3 years ago, the Yang family gave birth to the strongest and the worst talents. This was a big event known throughout the Tao and Star. But why does he want to stay in the martial arts field? He is not taking any tests. Is he training? Impossible. How can anyone train in the martial arts field today? It looks like he is putting on a show. It's really disgusting. I guess many people on the viewing platform have noticed him now. Isn't this just adding to the ridicule? It's also a shame for the Yang family. Haha, who knows what he thinks? Maybe he has a psychological problem." Yanqing turned a deaf ear to the discussions on the viewing platform. He didn't care. He only cared about the wooden stake in front of him. He used all his strength in every punch. 1896, 1897, 1898. Yanqing counted silently in his heart. If he could throw 10,000 punches in a row, and these 10,000 punches must be the strongest punches he could throw, then he could open a system that would change his fate. That was his only hope. The martial arts arena was the best place to train. For 3 years, he had been training himself here every day. Now he could throw 9,800 punches in a row. He was only 200 punches away from 10,000 punches. So he worked harder during this period. Even the most diligent teenagers were not as hard-working as him. He was extremely eager to throw those 10,000 punches one day and change the grey future. Hey, what's the matter with the worst? It's going to start in more than 2 hours. There is no place for him in the martial arts arena today. That's right, a useless person who can't practice dares to embarrass himself here. It's really shameless. Many teenagers in the martial arts arena looked at Yanqing with dissatisfaction in their eyes. Today is their home court. What is this useless person doing here to train? The elders of the family on the host platform also frowned and looked serious. An elder couldn't help but say, "Master, if Yanqing stays here, it will have a great impact on the reputation of our Yang family. It's better to let him go back first and avoid being criticized." 7th Elder, why are you in such a hurry? There is still some time before the talent test. Since he can bear it, then stay here. It won't be too late to leave after the talent test begins. The Master Yangsu said quietly. He came to the martial arts arena and kept paying attention to Yanqing from beginning to end. But, seeing that the 7th Elder wanted to say something again, Yangsu sneered and said, "Why, my words are useless? Don't we Yang family have even this little bit of tolerance? Now driving him away is just admitting that our Yang family is shameless." The 7th Elder sighed and stopped talking. He just looked at Yanqing with more anger. Even if what the master said was reasonable, this scene would not have happened without Yanqing. Yanqing could feel that his body had reached its limit, but he only threw 8,120 punches. His will was blurred, and his body was tired and wanted to fall down, but Yanqing was still punching, as if this action had become his instinct. Breaking the limit has never been a problem. He breaks the limit of his body every day and moves towards his goal. As long as I can throw out 10,000 strongest punches, it will be able to open. I can already feel it. I will definitely succeed this time. Yanqing turned this thought over and over in his mind. 8,121 punches, 8,122 punches, 8,531 punches, 9,001 punches. Yanqing's body had long been numb and lost consciousness. Even though he was waving his fists mechanically, his fists still made a whistling sound and cut through the air. This time, he will definitely break through 10,000 punches. There were still 10 minutes left before the test. At this time, Yanqing had already thrown out 9,740 punches. Yangsu looked at Yanqing silently for a while and closed his eyes, thinking of the frustrated and lonely look of that kid after he learned of his talent 3 years ago. It was heartbreaking. Master, the 7th Elder couldn't help it. After all the teenagers in the martial arts field were holding their breath waiting for the start of the test, and only Yanqing was still punching. This made Yanqing the focus of the whole audience. After 3 years, the title of the worst would become a joke on Teo and Star again, and the Yang family would be embarrassed again. The waves of discussion and laughter coming from the viewing platform made many elders twitch. Master, let Yanqing withdraw now. It's time for the test soon. According to the family rules, it's time to clear out the irrelevant people in the martial arts field. It will be too late if you delay. Another elder couldn't help but speak. Wait a little longer. Yangsu opened his eyes and stared at Yanqing's figure. It is not easy for a person in the acquired realm to swing out 10,000 powerful punches in a row, but maybe Kinga can really achieve his goal this time. He has been a qualified master for so many years, and it's time to be a qualified uncle. Master, the 2 elders spoke earnestly. Yangsu did not speak. He was silent at this moment. He closed his eyes again, and a picture flashed through his mind. Uncle Yang, if I can throw 10,000 powerful punches, I can change my talent. Oh, that's great. Kinga, since you have set this goal, work hard to do it. Only by doing it can you change the future. Well, Uncle Yang, I know. Now, I'll go to train. This scene was deeply imprinted in Yangsu's mind. From that moment on, even if he was ridiculed, even if he was made difficult by others, even if he trained all day and was tired and crawled back, Kinga never gave up. Master, all the elders spoke up. Wait a little longer. Just wait 5 more minutes. Yangsu sighed. Kinga, I can only give you 5 more minutes. The last 5 minutes, I have seen your hope of success. As long as you achieve this goal, it's impossible to change your talent. I hope that, after you achieve this goal, you can come out of the haze 3 years ago. Talent is not important. What is important is to live happily. There were still 5 minutes left before the test. Yanqing threw 9,901 punches. The speed of Yanqing's punches was getting slower and slower, but the punches were still fierce. Yanqing could not hear anything at this moment, could not see anything, and his sense of touch, taste, and smell had all disappeared. The five senses were cut off, and the body was only left with instincts, like a puppet, hitting the wooden stake. The whole field was very quiet, and only the sound of Yanqing's fist hitting the wooden stake echoed. The last 100 punches were a fight for life. In 4 minutes, Yanqing had thrown 9,932 punches. The left hand was almost shattered. The fingers of the right hand were bent randomly, obviously broken. In 3 minutes, Yanqing had thrown 9,959 punches. The left hand was completely unusable, bloody, and the left arm was drooping. The right hand was almost gone. In 2 minutes, Yanqing had thrown 9,981 punches. The right hand was as useless as the left hand, and the shape of the hand could not be seen, but Yanqing felt no pain at all, because he had no pain. In 1 minute, Yanqing had thrown 9,999 punches. Yanqing's arms were completely shattered and broken, bleeding, and he couldn't even swing them. He was staggering, and could no longer stand steadily. The body's instincts also faded under the rapid loss of body functions, and at this time, there was only one punch left. But at this time, Yanqing was almost unable to move, and his arms couldn't even move a centimeter, let alone throw a punch. Is this a show? It's impossible. Who would be so persistent that he would risk his life? The sound that kept ringing resounded in the softest place in people's hearts. This was just a kind of persistence, but it was a persistence that countless people could not do. Many people remembered that their talents were not bad. If they could persist like him, they might have broken through their current realm long ago. The standing figure seemed to tell them that, if they had poor talents, so what? I would not be depressed. I would only move forward, going against the tide, climbing the cliff, crossing the abyss, going wherever you can. Maybe you can reach the top. Can they do this? The people on the viewing platform were silent. The young men on the martial arts field were silent. Even the elders who spoke were silent at this time, and there were faint sobs on the field, and many people couldn't bear to watch it anymore. All the previous ridicule, teasing, dissatisfaction, contempt, and disgust disappeared, and the only thing left was admiration. This boy, who was named the worst, has always been the object of ridicule and a negative teaching material. But in this scene today, although people don't know why this boy is so desperate, his almost desperate persistence shocked everyone, and everyone's views changed. No genius can be so persistent. How strong is this belief that will keep punching like this, even if bones are broken, even if flesh and blood are torn apart, it can't stop him? Is this a rebellion against fate, or a roar of unwillingness to be at the mercy of fate? Only Yanqing knows that this is a kind of spirit. A man should be self-reliant. After a shake, Yanqing finally lost his balance and fell to the ground, causing a cry of surprise. However, Yanqing stood up again, blood dripping from his body. His knees were bent, his back was arched, his neck and head were tilted to one side. His posture was extremely ugly, but extremely tall. Don't go on. Many people said silently in their hearts, feeling a little distressed. The field was quiet, everyone forgot about the talent test, and focused their energy on a remote corner of the martial arts field. Although that person was a teenager, in their eyes, he was a tough mountain master. Many elders were moved and spoke again, but this time the two words had different meanings. They never knew that this young man could do this. Yanqing's performance was respected and recognized by all of them. Wait a minute. Yang Su looked at Yanqing with a serious expression. At this moment, Yanqing didn't need help, and there was one last punch. At this moment, as if it was a last ray of light, Yanqing's consciousness was slightly clearer. He glanced at the wooden stake and pulled the corner of his mouth, as if he was smiling. Uncle Yang, you always thought that I haven't walked out of the haze 3 years ago. That's wrong. What I said about throwing 10,000 strongest punches can change talent, that's true. Because I, Yanqing, am a time traveler, I have a Saint CI system in my body. As long as I reach 10,000 strongest punches, I can open it and become a Saint CI. Talent will also change. Uncle Yang, watch, after this punch, a miracle will be born. Yanqing gathered the last remaining strength, mobilized his whole body, pushed the ground with his left foot, and flew into the air. With a rotation of his body, his right arm finally lifted up and swung towards the wooden stake. There were still 10 seconds left before the talent test, and the last punch finally landed. Bang! Blood sprayed, and his right arm twisted into a knot. Plop! Yanqing fell heavily to the ground and lost consciousness. The field returned to silence. Seeing the worst teenager lying on the ground, many people wanted to cry. This was a tragic performance. Fate was so disgusting, and people were born unequal. Nothing happened. Yang suicide. It was impossible for talent to change. Kinga was just comforting him. He was like a gust of wind, and in an instant he arrived at where Yanqing was from the hosting platform. He was about to step forward, but his body suddenly shook and stopped. Nothing happened. Talent will not change. No. Waving the 10,000 strongest fists is to strangle the throat of fate. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in Yanqing's body. Saint SYNOPSIS system, open. Chapter 2 level talent. Saint SYNOPSIS system, start. Scan the host's body condition, analyze, and prepare for Saint SYNOPSIS inheritance. Beep. In view of the host's life crisis, pause the analysis, and start the repair function. At this moment, with the appearance of this voice, a golden light suddenly appeared on Yanqing's body. This light, shining but not dazzling, very soft, just like the sun, that nourishes everything and rejuvenates it. Yang Su was a little surprised, and then turned into astonishment. Yanqing's injuries were recovering rapidly, the broken bones were being connected, the bent fingers began to straighten, the cells regenerated rapidly, the flowing blood began to coagulate, and some even flowed back into the body. The intact skin continued to extend, covering the bloody and bruised area. This is a miracle. This phenomenon that science cannot explain, and beyond the scope of human cognition can only be explained by miracles. Yang Su was stunned and trembling. Could it be that what Kinga said was true, and talent could also be changed? If so, then, Master, the talent test will start in 5 seconds. Take Yanqing back to the host platform. An elder transmitted a voice, interrupting Yang Su's thoughts. Yang Su's eyes condensed, and he looked at Yanqing deeply. He ignored Yanqing on the ground, turned around and returned to the host platform, and announced the start of the talent test. This action made many people stunned and puzzled. Didn't the head of the Yang family want to save the boy? Why didn't he save him? Did he give up because he couldn't save him? Impossible. This is too cold-blooded. Someone with strong cultivation stared at Yanqing, and finally found something unusual, and exclaimed, "What's going on? The injuries on this boy are constantly recovering." This sentence immediately attracted the attention of many people. It was true. Yanqing's injuries had recovered more than half at this time. Everyone thought it was incredible. How could the injuries recover so quickly? You know, even if a transcendent realm expert heals someone, he can't catch up with 1% of this recovery speed. Unless he takes an immortal level potion, or is healed by an immortal level expert, this degree of recovery can be achieved. On the viewing platform, including the teenagers on the martial arts field, everyone was talking about it, and the scene was very chaotic for a while. Yanqing's uniqueness made him the focus of everyone's attention. They all forgot that their original intention was to come to the Yang family to watch the ceremony. Silence. Yang Su snorted coldly. This is the home of the top family, Yang family. Everyone on Taoinsta knows the rules of the Yang family. The talent test has begun. You should watch the ceremony in a proper manner. It's not decent to make a loud noise. The scene was silent for a while, and many people were as frightened as cicadas and shut their mouths. The power of the Yang family is extremely powerful. It is not a joke to rule Taoinsta for hundreds of years. No family on this planet can challenge the Yang family. At this time, many people remembered that they were here to watch the ceremony. They were watching a talent test, not a young man's life-threatening training process. They looked at the boy who fell to the ground and felt very pity and sympathy for him. The next talent test reminded people of the bad results of Yanqing's test 3 years ago. The talent test began, and most people shifted their attention to the test, but a few people were still looking at Yanqing with strange eyes, wanting people to explore the secrets behind the rapid recovery of injuries. One by one, the young men came to the test site, waiting for the decision of fate. They were both excited and nervous. This test would determine their future. The tester chosen by the Yang family was Yang Ze, the strongest of the younger generation of the Yang family, with A-level talent. A young man in a white training suit and with an imposing manner stood at the test site. In his hand was a high-precision talent measuring instrument, shaped like a hedgehog and covered with countless small needles. Yang Ze held a list and said loudly, "Yanqing, here." The boy who was called hurriedly stepped forward and stretched out his hand. A small needle of the measuring instrument slowly stretched out, pierced the boy's skin, and drew a little blood. The measuring instrument lit up a faint light, which was analyzing the blood. After a while, the measuring instrument issued a cold electronic synthesized sound. D-level talent. Yanqing's face was pale and his eyes became empty. D&D level talents did not have the possibility of breaking through to the innate realm. Only talents above sea level could break through to the innate realm. The door to martial arts was not opened for him. With his dream shattered, Yanqing had to leave in despair. Many young men looked at him with deep emotion. They sympathized with Yanqing's experience and were afraid that they would be like Yanqing, with ordinary talents and unable to practice martial arts. The names of the young men were called one by one, and the measuring instrument continued to judge their talents. D-level talent. D-level talent. C-level talent. Halfway through the test, there were only 2 young men with B-level talent, 15 with C-level talent, and the rest were all D&D level talents. Many elders frowned. The overall talent of the young men in this period was weak, much worse than 3 years ago. A-level talent. The measuring instrument suddenly lit up with a fierce light and uttered such a sentence. The elders were shocked, their frowns were relaxed, and their faces were full of smiles. Yang Su's face also softened. As long as there is one A-level talent, it doesn't matter, even if everyone's talent is D-level this time. People with A-level talents can break through to the realm above the transcendent realm, and at the very least they can reach the transcendent realm and become the elders of the family. The girl who tested as A-level talent was a girl. She was dressed simply, indicating that her living conditions were not good. Her face was full of surprise. She had never expected that she would have such a good talent. Yang Ze smiled gently and said to the girl, "Yang Zion, congratulations." Yang Zion recovered and saw Yang Ze congratulating her and hurriedly returned a salute. She was hit by a huge surprise. Thinking that she would be the focus of the family's training in the future and could let her hard-working mother live a good life, her little face turned red and she was very happy. The young men who took the test looked at Yang Zion with envy and even jealousy. How could this girl get such a good thing? Why not themselves? The people on the viewing platform also exclaimed. This trip was not in vain. The Yang family is still strong, and fresh blood is still being produced. This girl named Yang Zion, 3 years later, is likely to be another Yang Ze. The test continued. D-level talent. B-level talent. C-level talent. The boys had all finished the test. There was 1 A-level talent, 5 B-level talents, and 33 C-level talents. The elders of the family were all smiling. The quality of this period was not bad. As long as there was an A-level talent, it would be perfect. The test should be over, and the spectators were ready to leave. However, at this moment, the head of the family, Yang Su, stepped forward and used his cultivation. His voice echoed throughout the martial arts field. The talent test is not over yet. There is only 1 person left. Many people were puzzled. All the boys who were tested had finished the test. How could there be someone who had not been tested? Some people were thoughtful and looked at the worst boy they had been paying attention to. Yang Su's lips moved and Yang Ze was stunned, then nodded. Obviously, he heard the voice of the head of the family, Yang Su. Yang Ze took a deep breath and shouted loudly, "Yanqing." What? Everyone was stunned. Didn't the worst boy fall down? They subconsciously looked towards the remote corner, where a black-haired boy was slowly getting up, and his injuries seemed to have disappeared. Could he be the last one? What a joke. Why do you have to test it a second time? Yanqing had regained consciousness at this time. The Saint CI system was indeed amazing. His injuries had been healed under the repair of the system, and the system was changing his talent. The host's body has been repaired. Scan the host's body status and analyze it. Analysis completed. In view of the host's low talent, it is not suitable to become a Saint CIer. Start the backup talent modification program. Yanqing could feel that his ability to sense the energy of the universe was constantly increasing. as if there were countless invisible and intangible transparent particles in the void. This feeling was very wonderful, and the world seemed to become clear all of a sudden. The change was very rapid. In a few breaths, his talent had been transformed. This made him full of amazement at the Saint CI system. Is it a benefit for trapezues? It really lives up to its reputation. Yanqing stood up, his body straight, his eyes firm, like a strong bamboo that bites the green mountain, and does not let go. He heard Yang's voice, and a smile broke out on his face. Uncle Yang, you really believe in me? You really dare to give me a chance? In this case, I will not let you down this time. Yanqing took a step forward, strode forward, raised the momentum of charging, and walked towards the cold machine that decided the fate of everyone. He wanted to fight again. He wanted to overturn the last fate judgment. Everyone was stunned. No, it was really him. Testing the talent for the second time, is it? Many people had an amazing guess in their hearts, but immediately shook their heads. It was impossible. They were unwilling to believe that kind of situation in their subconscious, because how could common sense be broken? No, it was absolutely impossible. However, when Yanqing drew his hand on the small needle of the talent measuring instrument, the light on the talent measuring instrument suddenly burst out like a small sun. This extremely intense light made it impossible to open your eyes. This was an unprecedented, extremely shining light. It's a lie. Even if it is an A-level talent, the light will not be so bright. Is it true that talent has changed? Can common sense also change? Many people were shaken. At this moment, an electronic synthesized sound rang out. Although the tone was flat, it had the effect of whistling wind and thunder. People who have seen this test will never forget this sound. After all, this result is too horrifying. S-level talent. Welcome all book friends to read. The latest, fastest, and hottest serial works are all here. Chapter 3, The Inheritance of the Saint Sire. S-level talent shocked. Absolutely shocked. How could an S-level talent appear on Tao and Star? Impossible. No one could remain calm. Yanqing broke the talent record on Tao and Star. Since Tao and Star was developed and became a planet for human habitation, the highest talent that appeared in history was only A-level, and there has never been an S-level. This kind of evil talent often comes from holy places with high energy concentration. According to the density of cosmic energy, it is impossible for an S-level talent to appear on Tao and Star, which is relatively poor in resources. However, this law has been broken. No one thinks this is a lie. No one has ever cheated in talent testing. You must know that the talent measuring instrument is a product distributed to each planet by the Galaxy Alliance. No one inside has ever been able to study it clearly, let alone tamper with it. Although people are reluctant to believe it emotionally, they understand rationally that Yanqing, once the worst teenager, is indeed an S-level talent. The field became quiet again. The teenagers who were tested widened their eyes, as if they were meeting Yanqing for the first time. Yanqing's performance today was simply a hearty counterattack. Yang's face was complicated. Hearing those 4 words, he was in a trance. An S-level talent that surpassed the A-level talent actually appeared, and the one who possessed this S-level talent was the worst teenager who had been tested with him 3 years ago, and was ridiculed countless times. This made Yang's feel unreal. Yanqing was very calm. This was the result he deserved. 3 years of hard work finally paid off at this moment. Congratulations, Yanqing. Yang's spoke. He was not an narrow-minded person. It was great that the family could give birth to such a genius. Thank you, Yanqing nodded. Yang's was a good person and was very attentive to the family's affairs. Next, Yanqing took a deep breath and walked towards the rostrum. He walked up to the rostrum step by step and stopped in front of Yang Su. Yanqing raised a bright smile, showing a mouthful of white teeth, and said, Uncle Yang, I succeeded. Well, I know. Yang Su looked at Yanqing with very gentle eyes. Such a result was indeed beyond his expectations. He was happy for Yanqing. The elders of the family were completely shocked at this moment. They all understood the significance of S-level talent. If Yanqing grows up, he will be the power that dominates the world. The harvest of this talent test is unprecedented. After being shocked, the elders of the Yang family were ecstatic. A new era is coming. their Yang family may step into a higher level and move towards new glory. 2 A-level talents and 1 S-level talent. People from various families showed envy. The Yang family is indeed a top family that has been passed down for hundreds of years. Generation after generation, it has not only not declined, but has become stronger. At the end of the talent test, with Yang Su's speech, it ended perfectly. In this test, Yanqing, who never gives up, counterattacked with his S-level talent, and his style overwhelmed everyone, becoming the brightest star on the field, and set off a storm of public opinion on Taoyuan Star. The Yang family also fell into a carnival. The head of the Yang family and a group of elders jointly ordered a banquet to entertain guests for 3 days. Tonight, the Yang family villa was brightly lit and lively. The banquet was filled with laughter and joy. At this time, Yanqing, the protagonist of the banquet, hurried back to the training room. After the talent modification was completed, the system could carry out the Saint CR inheritance at any time, and Yanqing could not wait any longer. Instead of wasting time on boring banquets, it would be more practical to improve strength. The Saint CR inheritance is really exciting. Yanqing closed his eyes and his mind silently sank into the sea of consciousness. There was a golden palace here, shining brightly, illuminating the void, and dyeing the entire sea of consciousness with a layer of gold foil. This golden palace is the Saint CR system. Before it was opened, this palace was completely grey, without any color. Yanqing had tried many times to get in, but failed. He could only know the conditions for opening it through the information engraved on the palace door. Now that the conditions for opening the Saint CR system have been met, this palace also glows with golden light, like gold, molten and shining. In the state of soul, Yanqing put his hand on the door of the temple, full of expectation. The things contained in this system hall that changed his fate will be revealed soon. Yanqing exerted force on his hand and slowly pushed open the door of the temple. A gap slowly widened, revealing a strong light that made it difficult for Yanqing to look directly, and his soul felt burning. Boom, boom, the door of the temple opened. Nearly countless lights poured out, as bright as daylight, impacting Yanqing's soul. It's so bright, what's going on? My consciousness is starting to blur. This light is too strong, too dazzling. It is simply going to annihilate his soul. Yanqing's soul flickered unsteadily, changing back and forth between translucent and transparent. He struggled to stay awake. Once his consciousness disappeared, he was afraid that he would become a vegetable if he didn't die. Wake up for me. How can I die at this time? The strong will that Yanqing had forged for 3 years finally played a huge role at this moment. No matter how the light impacted, Yanqing's soul was like a candle in the wind, swaying, but it never went out and still existed. After an unknown amount of time, the gushing light finally slowly diminished, and Yanqing's soul also regained stability. Yanqing said with lingering fear, "It's terrible. I almost lost my life. What on earth is in there? So powerful." Even after such a death episode, Yanqing's inner expectation not only did not disappear, but became even stronger. He looked up into the hall, and he could not look away from it. The golden hall was very empty. It could be said that there was nothing, or it could be said that everything was included. Because in this hall, there was a brilliant universe. Yanqing was stunned. There was actually a universe inside. It was incredible. Could this be the source of the Saint CR's power, the microcosm? But why is this microcosm so broad and vast? As soon as Yanqing stepped into the hall, he felt that he was in the infinite universe. He was so small that he could not even compare to a tiny stardust. The long-lost system voice suddenly sounded at this time, like a bell echoing in Yanqing's ears. Beep. The host triggers the microcosm. Do you want to accept the inheritance of the Saint CR? Give the host 10 seconds to consider. If 10 seconds have passed and no answer has been given, it will be deemed that the host has given up. If the inheritance is given up, the system will automatically close and will no longer be open. Yanqing was stunned and took a deep breath. He didn't expect that touching this universe would actually lead to the activation of the Saint CR inheritance. If he had known earlier, he would not have stepped into this hall. There is no way. Although he is not ready yet, he can only go now. Yes, I accept. Confirm that the host agrees and prepares to carry out the Saint CR inheritance. Countdown 3 seconds. 3.2.1 Start. The first step of inheritance, the birth of the microcosm. Along with the voice of the system, 88 shining constellations appeared above the hall. These 88 constellations are the guardian constellations of the Saint Sire. According to their positions in the starry sky, they can be divided into 29 constellations in the north sky, 47 constellations in the south sky, and 12 constellations in the Zodiac. The universe in the whole also boiled up and burst into infinite light. Unlike the previous impactful light, this light was very warm and was completely absorbed by Yanqing. Yanqing could feel that the cells in his body were much more active. As Yanqing absorbed more and more light, the light of this universe gradually dimmed and finally disappeared. At the same time as the light disappeared, a nebula-shaped universe suddenly appeared in his body. Under the illumination of this light, a universe was born in my body. It's incredible. Is this my small universe? Yanqing was very surprised. As the nebula in his body turned, Yanqing felt a vigorous and vital force emerging from all parts of his body, as deep and endless as the universe. The second step of inheritance, the superposition of constellations. The voice of the system continued to sound. 88 constellations moved. Coming in front of Yanqing, one constellation after another rushed directly into his small universe and turned into stars. Yanqing could see that his small universe gradually became stronger and more shining under the fusion of these constellations. After all 88 constellations were fused, the small universe had completely turned into a sea of stars. The third step of inheritance, the inheritance of constellations. Yanqing's consciousness was shaken and was stripped away by the system and thrown into his own small universe. At this time, Yanqing once again felt his own insignificance. Although his small universe was still very immature and weak compared to the universe in the hall, it was just as vast and boundless, with stars shining. One by one, the constellations began to transform into what they represented, changing their shapes. This was the inheritance of the constellations. Only by understanding the meaning of the constellations could one become a true Saint Sire. At this time, in Yanqing's perception, this small universe had completely changed into another form. At the edge of the microcosm, there are white Pegasus flying in the sky, noble phoenixes spreading their wings in the fire, elegant white birds flying by, winding blue dragons soaring up to the Milky Way, and fairies bound by chains praying devoutly. In the depths of the microcosm, there is a lyre playing softly, a white whale swinging its tail and swimming, eagles whistling, peacocks dancing, and ancient heroes waving Medusa's shield. In the center of the microcosm, there are 12 huge light bodies like the sun, emitting golden light, blazing in all directions. Is this the original appearance of the 88 constellations? Yanqing was shocked. If he was right, the edge of the microcosm should be the constellations corresponding to the bronze saints, the depths are the constellations corresponding to the silver saints, and the center should be the constellations corresponding to the gold saints. The inheritance of the saints is indeed very powerful. Host, next, please use your spirit to feel the meaning of these constellations. As long as you understand one constellation, the host can become a Saint Sire. Okay. Yanqing's consciousness swam away from the Draco constellation. As a descendant of the dragon, the first constellation he liked was the Draco constellation. As soon as Yanqing approached the Draco constellation, he heard a long and endless roar. A dragon was flying in the sky. Yanqing touched the dragon's body and wanted to merge his spirit with the Draco constellation. But before Yanqing could feel it, the dragon swung its tail and threw Yanqing off its body. No matter how Yanqing tried, the Draco constellation did not merge with Yanqing at all. What's going on? Yanqing shouted. This was too strange. The Draco constellation did not accept him at all. Host, please choose a constellation that matches you. Only constellations that match your spirit can be merged. Why didn't you say it earlier? Yanqing said angrily. By the way, host, there are still 7 minutes before the end of the Saint Sire inheritance. Please quickly find a suitable constellation. After 7 minutes, if the host still cannot find a suitable constellation, the system will automatically determine that the host has failed. The system will be closed and will no longer be open. Yanqing became more anxious. He felt the system was full of malice. If he didn't hurry up, he would lose his qualification as a Saint Sire. Yanqing immediately swam towards the nearby constellations, racing against time. Andromeda, not Aries, not Ursa Major, and still not 3 consecutive constellations were unsuitable, making Yanqing extremely anxious. At this time, the system's voice sounded again, and there were only 3 minutes left. No, if you search aimlessly like this, you won't find it at all. Even if you find it, there won't be enough time. Don't be impatient. I have to think carefully about what constellation is suitable for me. Yanqing calmed down, regained his composure, and fell into thinking. How exactly does this system determine the spiritual conformity? The Saint Seiya system was created based on the Saint Seiya animation. So does it believe that the meaning of the constellations are the spirits of the characters in the Saint Seiya animation that correspond to the constellations? In other words, if the spirit and life trajectory of the characters in the Saint Seiya are somewhat similar, then perhaps the constellation of that character can be integrated. In that case, Yanqing's thoughts became clearer and clearer, and he silently recalled the bronze saints in Saint Seiya. Phoenix Psyche, his lover, was killed by his master, and he killed his master himself. What supports him is a strong hatred, an everlasting flame, and he can be reborn from the ashes like a phoenix. His strong fighting spirit can burn everything. Unicorn Jabu, he is extremely loyal to Athena, and can sacrifice his life for Athena. What supports him in fighting is his strong love for Athena. Pegasus Saint, a spirit of never giving up, used to be trained as a Saint Seiya in Greece, and was often bullied and ridiculed. But he never gave up. Instead, under the guidance of Merin, he awakened his microcosm, defeated Cassius, and obtained the Pegasus cloth. Yanqing was refreshed when he thought of this. If Seiya's later deeds were excluded, he would still be somewhat similar to Seiya, based on his experience before becoming a Saint Seiya. At this point, there was only one try. There was only more than a minute left, and he could not take care of other constellations. He could only choose Pegasus. Yanqing made a decision and immediately took action, swimming towards Pegasus. A pure white Pegasus spread its wings and soared in the universe. Yanqing seized the opportunity and quickly grabbed the horse's mane, wanting to merge his spirit with Pegasus. Pegasus resisted fiercely, but when Yanqing's spirit merged with it, Pegasus immediately became docile. Pop. Yanqing made the right bet. He and Pegasus could merge. This fusion felt wonderful. Yanqing felt as if he had become a Pegasus that would spread its wings and soar no matter when and where, no matter what kind of setbacks and blows he suffered. Never give in, always be high-spirited. Even if you fall down again and again, you must get up again. This is the meaning of Pegasus. Just as Yanqing understood, a stream of information came from Pegasus to Yanqing's heart. Pegasus Meteor Fist, Pegasus Comet Fist, Pegasus Spinning Crushing Fist. These are all the secrets of Pegasus's moves. After fusion, he was recognized by Pegasus and became a true Saint Seiya. The inheritance ended, and Yanqing's consciousness also broke away from the microcosm and returned to his body. Yanqing carefully examined the changes in his body, and a look of joy appeared on his face. After the baptism of the microcosm, his body has now reached the innate realm and expelled many impurities. Not only that, the microcosm in his body is still slowly rotating, providing him with a constant supply of power. Congratulations to the host for becoming a Pegasus Saint Seiya, and I will reward you with a Pegasus Holy Cloth Box. Holy Cloth Box. Yanqing was even more surprised. This system was too incredible. It could actually create a mythical product like a holy cloth. In the training room, a golden light shone, and the outline of a holy cloth box slowly appeared, from transparent to solid, and finally completely materialized, forming a bronze holy cloth box. With a bang, the bronze holy cloth box fell to the ground. There was a metallic sound. Yanqing's heart surged. He had the microcosm, he also had the holy cloth, and he also knew the secret of Pegasus. All these combined together, he is the world's first Saint Seiya. Yanqing a Pegasus. Chapter 4: A New Journey. The Saint Seiya inheritance did not take too long. Although Yanqing felt it was very long, it was actually only more than an hour. After the inheritance was over, Yanqing did not leave the training room, but continued to familiarize himself with the power of the microcosm. The microcosm in Yanqing's body was born under the influence of the system temple, so Yanqing's understanding of the microcosm was completely in a state of half understanding. By asking the Saint CI system, Yanqing finally understood some of the mysteries of the microcosm. The microcosm is the cosmic energy hidden in the human body. A true Saint CI can detonate the microcosm in the body and exert the great power to shatter the stars and tear the earth. The microcosm is very mysterious. It is the power of the soul. It can be improved through the improvement of mental power, vitality, willpower and concentration. The stronger the will to fight, the more the microcosm burns, and the stronger the energy in the body. The spirit and strength must be concentrated to exert the power of the microcosm. Otherwise, the microcosm cannot be burned, and then it will only have the destructive power of the Saint CI surface. Yanqing thought, and he had understood a little about the use of the microcosm. It is useless to talk without practice. To understand the power of the microcosm, you have to try it yourself. Yanqing took out a metal target about 10 cm thick from the equipment compartment of the training room and placed it on the ground. This metal target can withstand the impact of 300 kilograms of force. That is, it can withstand the force equivalent to 5 ordinary people superimposed together. You must know that this force is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2, but 1 + 1 = 3, or even more. People below the 3rd level of Xiantian cannot destroy this metal target, and Yanqing has just entered the Xiantian realm at this time, which is only the 1st level of Xiantian. But if the microcosm is added, the power that Yanqing bursts out is definitely not just the 1st level of Xiantian. Yanqing closed his eyes and recalled what Marin said when she taught CI to comprehend the microcosm. CI, concentrate all your strength, gather the spirit in your body together, concentrate on the stone you want to break, concentrate on one point. The light of the microcosm can appear on that fist. Concentrate, Yanqing muttered silently, focusing his attention on the center point of the target. The spirit began to gather. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 1 minute, 3 minutes, 10 minutes. Yanqing was extremely focused. He felt that his spirit seemed to extend outward, and a force slowly surged out. His small universe suddenly moved. The speed of rotation increased rapidly. Bang! Yanqing quickly swung his fist, and the force of his fist burst out, like a heavy hammer made of steel, hitting the metal target, directly smashing the target into countless pieces. So strong. Is this the power of the small universe? Even people in the 3rd level of innateness can only exert such a force. Yanqing was shocked. The power of the small universe was beyond Yanqing's expectations. He didn't expect it to be so strong. Moreover, the small universe can also temper the body, directly saving Yanqing several months of effort and entering the innate realm. Although he is 3 years behind his peers, if this continues, he will catch up with them in a few years, or even surpass them. Yanqing couldn't hold back his excitement, and laughed out loud, and his laughter echoed in the practice room. 3 years of hard work and tears finally turned into fruitful results. From then on, Yanqing, am not inferior to anyone. Yanqing calmed down, and just when he wanted to continue to understand the secrets of the microcosm, the communicator on his body suddenly rang. Yanqing swiped his finger on the communicator, and a message popped up immediately. This was a message from Yang Su, notifying him to go to the Family Decision-Making Hall. Family Decision-Making Hall, isn't that the place where the head of the family and the elders make decisions together? What do you want to talk to me about? Yanqing was a little confused. But judging from the short message, it didn't seem to be a bad thing. I can only give up practicing for now. Yanqing sighed regretfully. Now he couldn't wait to improve himself. Yanqing took off his training clothes and changed into his usual clothes. Just as he was about to go out the door, his eyes fell on the bronze holy clothes box on the ground. He couldn't help but pat his head heavily. His head was confused just now, and his blood was boiling. He actually forgot something as important as the holy clothes box. Yanqing walked around the bronze holy garment box twice and felt a little headache. Did he really have to carry it on his back? But carrying such a big box on his back was really too eye-catching. It would be great if it could be turned into a holy garment stone. Although it is less powerful, it is also convenient. Well, forget it. Wasn't I also very eye-catching when I was in the martial arts arena before? It doesn't matter if I carry such a box on my back. At most, it will cause some discussion. The holy garment box must be kept by my side. After all, the holy garment is a partner in future battles. Yanqing put his hand on the holy garment box. He could feel the activity of the Pegasus holy garment inside. The holy garment also has a soul. Only those who are recognized by the holy garment can exert a powerful force. Yanqing lifted the holy garment box and his knees sank slightly. It was so heavy. It must be more than 100 pounds. It seems that carrying it on his back can also exercise his body. Yanqing exerted his strength, picked up the holy garment box, and walked out of the training room. On the way, the children of the Yang family looked at Yanqing with strange eyes, and whispered to each other, as if they were watching rare animals. Yanqing felt a little uncomfortable, but he couldn't drive these people away. He had to speed up, and walk towards the family decision-making hall. It was not until he arrived at the family decision-making hall and these people dispersed that Yanqing breathed a sigh of relief. The family decision-making hall is a place that is only used when something big happens. In the Yang family, it represents the supreme family authority. Yanqing stepped into the door and looked at the interior of the decision-making hall curiously. This was his first time entering this place. As soon as he entered, he saw a long corridor with portraits of the heads of the family from past generations on both sides. The solemn Yang family battle flag hung on the ceiling. The colorful crystal lamps, the bright red flamingo carpet and the magnificent golden Jiaozi statue showed that the glory of the Yang family was fought out by swords and knives. After walking through the corridor, he entered the main hall. It was very simple, with only a few tables and stools, and nothing else. Always remember that resources are scarce and heroes start from humble beginnings. This is a warning to future generations to keep a normal mind and not let extravagance destroy their minds. The perception ability of the microcosm is very good. Yanqing can feel that there is a strong spirit here, which makes his blood boil, and he can't restrain himself. The Yang family can dominate Tao and Star entirely by relying on strength. This spirit is enough to explain everything, Yanqing thought. When he came to the main hall, Yanqing found that in addition to Yangsu and the elders, there were two other people here. One is Yangze, the strongest of the younger generation of the Yang family, and the other is Yang Xian, a newly promoted A-level talent. At this time, the head of the family and the elders were discussing fiercely, and many elders were spitting, as if trying to persuade the head of the family. However, seeing that Yangsu was unmoved, it was estimated that he failed. You are here too. Do you know what's going on this time? Yanqing asked Yangze and Yang Xian, who were left aside. Well, the head of the family has a task to give us. Yangze is still elegant and gentle like jade. Well, yes. Yang Xian answered in a panic. She admired Yanqing very much. At this moment, being talked to by Yanqing, her heart was pounding, and her face was red like an apple. Yangsu looked at Yanqing carrying a bronze box on his back, and couldn't help but ask curiously, Yanqing, what is this box you are carrying? Yanqing laughed and said vaguely, this is a weapon. Well, it is also a heavy object for physical exercise. You see, it is very heavy. It is good for physical exercise. Really? Yangze was a little suspicious, but seeing that Yanqing had something to hide, he didn't ask anymore. Brother Yanqing, you are really amazing. You are also exercising normally. You are so hardworking. Yang Xian's eyes were full of admiration, and she clasped her hands together in front of her chest. On the training ground, she was overwhelmed by Yanqing's demeanor. S-level talent is indeed very strong, but what fascinated her more was Yanqing's persistence in never giving up. It's okay. Yanqing smiled awkwardly. He was not working as hard as Yang Xian thought. At this time, Yangsu and the elders had also finished their discussion. Seeing the helpless looks on the elders' faces, it was obvious that Yangsu had won. Yangsu and the elders came in front of Yanqing and the other two. They looked solemn, and they didn't even care about Yanqing's bronze holy robe box. This made Yanqing feel awe-inspiring. Something big had indeed happened in the family, otherwise it wouldn't be like this. Yangsu said solemnly, a big thing has happened in the Centaurus starfield recently. It's related to the rise and fall of the family, so I summoned you. It's to do this. After listening to this, you can choose to do it or not. Uncle Yang, what is it that's so serious? Yanqing asked. Fu, the top college in the Centaurus starfield, is going to expand its enrollment. Fu, the college that only accepts 10 students a year. Yang Ze was very shocked, while Yanqing and Yang Zian were confused at this time. They had no idea what was going on. Fu, well, Fu is the most powerful academy in our Centaur starfield, and it is also the actual controller of the entire starfield. The planet where it is located is called Fu Star. The students who come out of Fu are all strong people from various planets or even a starfield. When Fu recruits students, not only the geniuses from our starfield will go to Fu, but also many geniuses from other starfields come here because of its reputation. Therefore, it can be said that Fu has a pivotal position in the entire Galaxy Alliance. Yang Ze saw that Yanqing and Yang Zian didn't understand, so he explained to them. So powerful. Yanqing and Yang Zian were both surprised. In previous years, Fu only recruited 10 students, but this year it is very different. It will recruit a full 1,000 students. The new Lord of Fu is smart and capable, and very powerful. Because in the past, the forces in this starfield were very scattered and could not be gathered together, and they suffered a lot when facing other starfields. Therefore, the Lord of Fu wants to use this enrollment to integrate the forces on hundreds of planets in the Centaur starfield, so that the Centaur starfield has more say in the entire Star Alliance. Each force can only be recognized by Fu if they send their heirs to Fu. Otherwise, they will be enemies of Fu and be banned by Fu. Yang Su said slowly. I see. In other words, Fu's enrollment this time is actually a reshuffle of the forces in this starfield. This is indeed a very important matter. Yanqing thought for a moment and said. Our Yang family rules Tao and Star, so we have to send people to Fu. Could it be the three of us? Yang Ze asked. Yang Su nodded, spread out an invitation letter in his hand, and showed it to Yanqing and the others. This invitation letter is from Fu. It states the conditions for taking the entrance test. Compared with previous years, the requirements are very simple this time. As long as you are an A-level talent who is no more than 20 years old, you can take the entrance test. On Tao and Star, the three of you meet the requirements. The family unanimously passed a resolution to let you take the entrance test and enter Fu, because this will not only allow the family to be recognized, but also your own strength will be rapidly improved under the excellent teaching of Fu. Isn't this a good thing? Uncle Yang, the family has unanimously passed it, so why were they arguing and having disagreements just now? Yanqing was puzzled. Yang Ze pondered, could something have happened again, or is the entrance exam so difficult that one will lose his life? Yang Zian's face was full of question marks. She was just a 15-year-old girl without rich experience, and she couldn't understand what Yanqing, Yang Su and the others were discussing. Yang Su looked at Yang Ze with appreciation and said, just as Zena thought, we learned a piece of news that is very unfavorable to us through the family spies. Because of this news, there will be disagreements in the family again. At this point, Yang Su paused and said seriously, the Yi family of Shenk Star will take action against you in the talent test to prevent you from entering Fu. Even Yi Chang, a genius of the transcendent realm of the Yi family, openly announced that he would kill you during the test. The Yi family of Shenk Star. Yang Ze's eyes showed murderous intent. The Yi family has always been the mortal enemy of the Yang family. The Yi family and the Yang family had disputes in many fields, and many members of the Yang family had died at the hands of the Yi family. Yanqing was moved. He also knew the rampantness of the Yi family. If it weren't for the enemies of the Yi family and other families, their Yang family would not be able to resist the attack of the Yi family at all. Uncle Yang, don't the people of Fu care? Will Fu acquiesce in the behavior of the Yi family? Well, the Lord of Fu implements a policy of raising goo. Sacrifice and bloodshed are indispensable. Only after his cruel elimination can the Centaur starfield establish new glory. Patriarch, what is the strength of the people sent by the Yi family to participate, and how can they attack us in the talent test? Yang Ze calmed down, showing his qualities as the first person of the younger generation of the Yang family, and asked, The Yi family has 4 participants this time. 2 are new A-level talents this year. The remaining one is an A-level talent with a strength of the 6th level of innateness, and the other is an S-level talent with a strength of the 1st level of the transcendent realm. Yanqing and Yangze both felt a deep pressure. Their strength was far inferior to that of the Yi family. A genius in the transcendent realm was enough to deal with 10 and 8 6th level masters. The entrance test to Xianfu is divided into 3 parts, namely basic test, talent ranking, and survival in the wild. The first 2 are easy, but the last one is very dangerous. In the wild, you will not only have to face ferocious wild beasts, but also be wary of attacks from other students. The people of the Yi family will probably take action at this time. The younger generation of the Yi family is very powerful. If you ever meet the geniuses of the Yi family, I'm afraid you won't even have a chance to escape. This is also the point of disagreement between me and the elders. However, if no one from our Yang family can enter Xianfu, then once we are banned by Xianfu, our Yang family will inevitably suffer a devastating disaster. Yang Su said slowly, revealing the severity of the matter. Yanqing and Yangze took a breath of cold air. If this is true, the danger faced by the Yang family will far exceed their imagination. This is an opportunity, but it also means risking your life. You may be able to reach the pinnacle of the starfield and solve the disaster of your family, or you may fall and turn into bones, with your body thrown into the wilderness. You are all the hope of the family. If you lose your life, it will be a great loss to the family. Therefore, whether you participate or not depends on you. We respect your opinion, Yang Su said. The elders also looked at them solemnly, waiting for their answers. Yanqing thought about it and smiled at Yang Su. Going to Xianfu is quite interesting. Since God has given him a second life, his life must be more exciting. I'll go, Yangze said firmly. If he could make the family rise, then even if he sacrificed his life, it would not matter. Yang Xian's face turned pale. She was still afraid of fighting and killing, and she didn't have any adventurous ideas. She just wanted to live a peaceful life. Yang Su looked at Yanqing and Yangze and nodded secretly. The future of the Yang family depended on these 2 people. As for Yang Xian, Yang Su sighed. For a 15-year-old girl who had not yet been trained in her mind, it was still too early and the pressure was too great. But it was good this way. Stay in the family to train. If something happened to Yanqing and Yangze, Yang Xian might be the last hope. Yang Su took a deep breath and said, Kinga, Zena, since you have chosen this path, you must be aware of death. 3 days later, it will be the day of departure. At that time, the elders and I will see you off. Chapter 5, People of Hope. Boom. Boom. In the training room, Yanqing was training desperately. After 3 days and 2 nights of hard work, every punch of his could now exert the power of the microcosm. One after another, the solid targets were turned into countless metal fragments under Yanqing's fists. This trip to Xianfu was very dangerous. If he was really attacked and killed by the Yi family as Yang Su said, then he had to improve his strength quickly. During the 60-hour extreme training, Yanqing, who had an extremely strong will, made the microcosm run at an overspeed. The power from the microcosm continued to temper Yanqing's body. In just 2 days, Yanqing reached the 2nd level of innateness. This speed of training, like riding a rocket, surprised everyone. But that was all. Tomorrow Yanqing would go to Xianfu Star, and he no longer had time to continue to break through the realm. This made many elders sigh helplessly. If such a genius died, it would be the biggest loss of the Yang family in 100 years. The 7th elder who once wanted to drive Yanqing away from the martial arts field repeatedly proposed that Yanqing stay in the family, but this opinion was still rejected by Yang Su. On the last night at the Yang family, Yanqing stopped exercising and lay alone on the roof of the villa, staring at the stars in the sky, in a trance. Although this place does not belong to the Milky Way, the starry sky at night is still beautiful. What are you thinking about? So focused. A familiar voice came from behind Yanqing. Uncle Yang, I'm not thinking about anything. I just think the stars in the sky are beautiful. Yanqing turned around and smiled at Yang Su. Oh, the stars in the sky, they are indeed very beautiful. Sometimes when I look up at the stars, I can forget a lot of troubles, as if I'm out of the world. Yang Su came slowly with 2 bottles of wine and sat side by side with Yanqing. Do you want a drink? This is what I brought back from Earth, your Uncle Yang. It is said to be authentic Dukang wine, created in the 20th century of the Old AD era, with a history of 5,000 years. Yang Su shook the wine in his hand and showed off to Yanqing. Yanqing couldn't help but smile. The real Dukang wine had long been lost. This is just a new Dukang wine created in modern times. I didn't expect it to be called authentic 5,000 years later. Well, but it is also worth a surprise. There is an obvious fault between the old AD era and the galaxy era. That was the era of planetary wars. After that era, many things were buried. He once searched for Li-Bei's poems on the internet, but only the poems such as Quiet Night Thoughts that are well known to women and children still exist, but they are not eye-catching, because this is just a poet on a planet. In the past 5,000 years, countless poems were born on tens of thousands of planets, and the civilization was brilliant and glorious. People did not care about the disappearance of the traces of the past. History is destined to look forward. In a few hundred years, Li Bei, Du Fu, and other people will also disappear completely. Yanqing took a bottle of Dukang wine, took a sip gently, and seemed to be aftertaste. It's a long lost taste, but it's a pity that it's worse than the wine 5,000 years ago. Yanqing was inexplicably sad. Thinking of the past, he murmured, 5,000 years, nothing is left, relatives, friends, all traces of the past have disappeared. Only I survived. Only I traveled through the years. Yanqing drank a few big mouthfuls of wine, and because he drank too quickly, he couldn't help coughing. Yang Su did not speak, but just took a few sips of wine calmly. He looked at Yanqing with a gentle gaze. He also knew that Yanqing was a time traveler from 5,000 years ago. He also knew that Yanqing had the Saint CI system. He knew everything about Yanqing. Yanqing drank the wine, looked at the changed Dukang logo on the bottle, and smiled. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Anyway, we can't go back. People should live in the present, not in the past. Instead of reminiscing about the past, we might as well fight for tomorrow. People should shine like stars in their lives, instead of living in obscurity and mediocrity. Since I'm here, I will leave my mark in this starry sky and leave my imprint. Well, yes. Yang Su was a little emotional. Uncle Yang has thought so too. Every man has the starry sky and the sea in his heart, and I'm no exception. But the reality is cruel. Countless people have fought for their ideals, and almost all of them have been buried. This world is not a place where you can get anything just by working hard. So I returned to Teo and Star. Yang Su took a big sip of wine. His voice became louder, and he said to Yanqing, "But Kinga, you are different. With the gift of heaven, perhaps you can leave your mark in this era, just like Zeman Sword God." Zeman Sword God. Yanqing was a little confused. Well, this is a secret that few people know. Zeman Sword God is like you, a person who traveled from the past. He was also confused and lost, but he quickly cheered up and used his sword to cut open this era with great pleasure. Yang Su had some yearning, and it was obvious that he respected Zeman Sword God very much. "I know that, Kinga, you went to participate in the Fu test this time. You said that you wanted to live an exciting life, but in fact, you went to solve the disaster of the Yang family. Although you have the gift of God, your strength is still too weak. When surviving in the wild, just find a place to hide. Don't fight with the people of the Yi family. The most important thing is to save your life. Once a person dies, there is nothing left." Yang Su said earnestly. "Haha, Uncle Yang. What do you think of me? I'm not a child. Although my strength is very weak, it doesn't mean that I'm stupid. Don't worry, my perception of the small universe is very sharp, and I will never die." And at this point, Yanqing stopped and looked at Yang Su very seriously, with his burning eyes flashing. "And I will inherit your will. I will complete your unfinished dream for you. Before that, how can I bear to die?" Yanqing laughed and left the roof. Yang Su looked at Yanqing's back, which seemed to have grown up, and a warm current surged in his heart. He muttered silently, "Kinga, if you can survive this Fu test, then I believe you can fight your way to the top like Zeman Sword God, and stand at the top of the galaxy." The last night finally passed, and today was the day for Yanqing and Yangs to set off. Unlike the previous grand ceremony, this time it was very low-key, with only the most core members of the family present, in order to prevent the Yi family from knowing, and ensure the safety of Yanqing and the others. A starship slowly landed at the Yang family's base. This was the West Germany, the top starship among all the starships of the Yang family. Next to the West Germany, Yanqing and Yangs were both wearing black suits, standing very straight and fierce. Under their feet were 2 luggage bags and a gleaming bronze holy clothes box. Yangsu and the elders, holding the battle flag of the Yang family, walked slowly. This is a battle flag in the decision-making hall. Yanqing can recognize it. The whole flag is red, with crossed knives and swords, and complicated golden patterns embroidered on it, symbolizing the glory of bloodbath. The battle flag is very old, and it is something from a long time ago. It is a family treasure passed down from generation to generation in the Yang family. Yangsu came in front of Yanqing and Yangze, and the elders stood upright on both sides of Yangsu. This is a major event related to the rise and fall of the family. They followed the ancient etiquette and handed this inherited flag to the person who can eliminate the family's disaster. Yanqing and Yangze looked at each other, and Yanqing gave way slightly. Yangze understood what Yanqing meant. He took a deep breath and stepped forward, respectfully took over the ancient flag. Yangze said firmly, "We will live up to the expectations of our ancestors, complete this mission, and solve the disasters facing the family. Let the family rise and take off." Yanqing nodded solemnly and said, "This trip will definitely succeed. Then, I'll leave it to you." Yangsu bowed first. "Please." The elders looked solemn, and bowed with their palms on their chests. "Please." All the members of the Yang family who came here shouted loudly and bowed together. In the base, a large group of people bent down and bowed to them sincerely. Yanqing and Yangs were full of passion. They understood that this was a great cause, this was a sustenance, and all the hopes of the family were on them. They could not return the gift, and they had to accept it calmly. Because this was something they had to bear, they could not bow and refuse. The ancient war song started. Yangsu shouted, all the elders shouted, and all the people of the Yang family who were here shouted. The war song was a poem brought from the earth by the ancestors of the Yang family. In hundreds of years of fighting, this ancient war song gave spiritual encouragement to countless members of the Yang family. Today, shouting this ancient war song is to encourage Yanqing and Yangs. Holding Wujet and wearing rhinoceros armor, the wheels of the chariots were crossed, and the short weapons were connected. The flags blocked the sun and the enemies were like clouds, and the arrows fell, and the soldiers competed for the first place. Ling Yu's formation, and leaping over Yu's line, the left horse was killed, and the right blade was wounded. How is it possible? Yanqing widened his eyes. The war song of the Yang family turned out to be Guoyuan's national mourning. Could it be that this poem has not been lost? Yanqing was extremely excited. He finally felt a sense of cultural belonging in this era, and had a strong spiritual resonance. It turned out that the glorious fruits of the past civilization have not been erased, and are still passed on and active in another way. Haze 2 wheels and 4 horses, support jade and beat drums. The time is falling, and the power is angry, and the wilderness is abandoned. Going out does not come in and going back. The plane is suddenly far away. Yes, even if it is far away in the Centaur starfield, the people on Teo and Star are still from the Earth. The source of all human beings is the Earth, and the culture of the Earth is still inherited and continued on all planets. Yanqing couldn't help but roar with the people of the Yang family. Carrying a long sword and holding a kinbo, the head and body are separated, and the heart is not punished. Sincerity is both brave and martial, and it is finally strong, and cannot be bullied. After the body dies, the spirit becomes a spirit, and the soul becomes a ghost hero. After singing, Yanqing's blood still surged. Yangze next to him looked at Yanqing with surprise. He didn't expect Yanqing to sing it. This war song was only known to the children of the Yang family who had been on the battlefield. Yanqing smiled and said nothing. The national humiliation is Guoyuan's masterpiece. How could he, who had read Chu Ci, not know it? Then, let's set off. Yangsu waved his hand, and the West Germany slowly opened the hatch. We will return safely. Yangze saluted Yangsu for the last time. Uncle Yang, I will be back soon. Yanqing said to Yangsu seriously. Well, I'll wait for you. Yang Su smiled, and his smile was very gentle. Yang Ze picked up the luggage. Yanqing carried the bronze holy clothes box on his back, and the two walked towards the West Germany. They didn't look back until they entered the hatch. Because they will never retreat, they will move forward. Chapter 6: A Serious Situation. After the CID left Tao and Star, it entered the cosmic channel formed by the Galaxy Alliance, preparing for a hyperspace jump. Hyperspace jump is a space navigation technology proposed by scientists in the old AD era and successfully realized in the 1000th year of the galaxy calendar. Under the hyperspace jump technology, starships can use huge energy fields to instantly enter multidimensional space and conduct extremely high-speed interstellar navigation. In just a few hours, it can cross a distance of hundreds of years or even thousands of light years. This has greatly expanded the development of the universe by humans. As a result, humans have occupied thousands of planets and entered the galaxy age. Hyperspace jump preparation. Target Chang'an star. Countdown 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 2, 1. Hyperspace jump begins. The starship under the protection of the shield shuttled through the colorful multidimensional space. Yanqing could see that this multidimensional space was very beautiful, and the flashing small cubes were like fragments of time. Even though he had seen it many times during his interstellar travel, he was still very intoxicated at this time. Yang Ze sat in his seat with his eyes closed, motionless, watching his even breathing, as if he wanted to adjust his body to the best state. Accepting the family flag and becoming the hope of the family, he must have been under great pressure. Yanqing felt the small universe in his body, which was still very active and full of vitality. The recovery ability of the small universe is quite strong. Although he only rested for one night after the extreme training, the strength in his body has recovered by more than 80%. In the bronze holy clothes box next to it, the Pegasus holy clothes are also very active and seem to be neighing constantly. Although he has not opened the holy clothes box yet, Yanqing believes that when the danger comes, he will be able to burn the small universe and put on this holy clothes. 2 hours later, the hyperspace jump ended, and the West Germany also came to the cosmic channel near Chang'an star. Through the screen of the starship, Chang'an star appeared in front of Yanqing and Yang Ze. As the West Germany got closer and closer to Chang'an star, the Chang'an star they saw became clearer and clearer. This is a planet that is not very big. Before coming here, Yanqing and Yang Ze had obtained information about Chang'an star. Chang'an star is only half the size of Tao star, with a surface area of 380 million square kilometers. 80% of it is land, and 20% is ocean. From outer space, Chang'an star is a grayish Earth planet with blue spots. However, this planet has the top academy in the Centaur star region, Chang'an. Therefore, Chang'an star has built 7 academy cities around Chang'an. The technology is very advanced. It is said that the technology here is at the top level in the entire universe, ranking 29th in the Galaxy Alliance, which is considered an extremely powerful planet. The West passed through the atmosphere and slowly landed at an airport on Chang'an star. Yanqing and Yang Ze left the hatch silently without making a big fuss. The Yang family of Tao star is also a well-known force in the Centaur star region. If the Yi family had not forced them to do so, Yanqing and Yang Ze would not have been so low-key. On the West Germany, the middle-aged captain bowed to the disappearing figures of Yanqing and Yang Ze, and he murmured in his heart, "Please." Yanqing and Yang Ze did not go directly to Chang'an. They found a villa of the Yang family on Chang'an star and moved in. There are still 2 days before the Chang'an entrance examination. They can use this time to learn about Chang'an and the corresponding opponents. Yang Ze has been active on Tao star for a whole day. Through the influence of the family on Chang'an star, he finally collected a lot of information, such as the top 10 geniuses in the transcendent realm, the 108 6th level talents, the ranking of the family geniuses participating in the test in the Centaur star region, and the activity records of the Yi family on Chang'an star, etc. After Yanqing flipped through these materials, his brows were knitted together, and his face became gloomy. Yang Ze raised the pen in his hand and smiled bitterly at Yanqing. This time, the situation of our Yang family is really not optimistic. Not only is it not optimistic, it is simply full of crisis. I thought the situation was bad enough, but I didn't expect that the difficulties faced by our Yang family have increased several times. Yanqing threw the information in distress and sat opposite Yang Ze. Yes, I didn't expect that the genius Yizang of the Yi family, who is in the transcendent realm, has such superb social skills that he can persuade the other 3 of the 10 geniuses in the transcendent realm to participate in the activities against our Yang family. What a terrible opponent. Yang suicide. 1 transcendent realm genius is enough to kill the 2 of us, not to mention 4 geniuses at the same time. If it really doesn't work, we can only flee separately. Anyway, as long as we survive in the wild for a while, we can pass. This is still a little bit of a chance. Yanqing thought for a while and said, to escape separately, does it mean sacrificing one person to help the other? This strategy is not good. It can only be said to be the worst option, and the other person may not be able to escape. If this is the case, perhaps we can only seek help from other transcendent realm geniuses. Only the transcendent realm can fight against the transcendent realm. If we ask the transcendent realm geniuses to take action, it can also be regarded as a relief for our Yang family. Yanqing was somewhat helpless. The situation faced by the Yang family was extremely difficult, and he could not think of any good solution. Yang Ze was stunned and looked at Yanqing deeply. He did not expect Yanqing's thinking to be so fast. He also thought of this strategy after collecting a lot of information and news. Yang Ze unfolded the notebook in his hand and showed Yanqing the information about the geniuses recorded on it. Yang Ze said, this method is feasible. When I was collecting information today, I specially asked our Yang family spies and the Yi family to find out the information about the relationship between 10 transcendent realm geniuses and the Yi family. Among them, there is a transcendent realm genius, Fengling from the Feng family, who is hostile to the Yi family. She has always targeted Yizang in the past, causing Yizang to suffer a lot. We must strive to win this one over to us. 5 geniuses remain neutral and have no conflict of interest with the Yi family. Among these 5 geniuses, Leibo, the eldest son of the Rasta family, is greedy for money and has a big appetite. Yizang of the Yi family probably thinks that having 3 geniuses to help is enough, so he did not offer a very high price and therefore did not satisfy Leibo. We can strive for this one, although the price is a bit high. Then there is Janus, the heir of the feral family. Our Yang family has business dealings with them. We can ask him to help, but he will not fight to the death. At most, he will just block it. In the end, we have to rely on ourselves. In that case, if we can get these 3, it will be 3 against 4. Although we are at a disadvantage, we still have hope of entering Xianfu. Yanqing nodded in agreement. He still admired Yang Ze's ability. We don't have to compete with the Yi family. As long as we enter Xianfu, Yi Chang and his men can't do anything to us. Yang Ze said. In the next day, Yanqing, you and I will act separately. Be careful of the people of the Yi family. Although they dare not take action in the college city, they may secretly trip us up and prevent us from winning over the 3 geniuses of the transcendent realm. Don't worry, I will be careful. So what should we do tomorrow? I will go find Leibo and Janus, and you go find Fengling. Yes, that's right. Remember that Fengling is a woman with a strong personality and is more difficult to deal with. Yang Ze, hey, you still leave it to me? How much do you believe that I can deal with her? Yanqing couldn't help but shout. He didn't know Fengling's temper. If he couldn't deal with her, wouldn't it be a waste of time? No, if you go, Fengling will appreciate you very much. To some extent, Yanqing, you and she are the same kind of people. Chapter 7 Burn, My Little Universe. Lancheng, one of the 7 college cities in Xianfu Star, gathered a large number of geniuses from various planets when Xianfu was recruiting students. Among them, Fengling from Fengqi Star, with the strength of the first level of the Transcendent Realm, overwhelmed everyone and topped the list of geniuses in Lancheng. Fengling ranked second in the Feng family, so she was called the Second Lady, and was deeply respected and loved by everyone in the Feng family. This was not because Fengling was so beautiful or talented, but because Fengling charged into the battle lines in countless family wars, regardless of life and death, and made outstanding contributions to the Feng family. Once, the Yi family sent 5 Transcendent Realm Masters to kill Fengling halfway. In this desperate situation of life and death, Fengling rushed into the primeval forest and dealt with the 5 masters for 3 days and killed 2 people with the help of the terrain, causing the masters of the Yi family to retreat. Yanqing flipped through the information and slowly got to know Fengling. It was indeed as Yang Ze said, this Fengling's willpower was very strong, and he had something in common. But this did not mean that he could convince Fengling to fight against Yi Chang. Yanqing thought with some distress. Well, for the sake of the Yang family, I can only give it a try. The enemy of my enemy should be able to be friends. Yanqing comforted himself and walked towards the address recorded in the information. He had a premonition that this wind chime would have a deep connection with him in the future. The beginning of this connection came from today's meeting. This premonition was not groundless. After awakening the microcosm, Yanqing had a vague ability to predict. Although he could not accurately predict the facts, he could find the effect from the cause and judge the direction of certain things. Half an hour later, Yanqing stopped at the door of a mansion in the center of Lancheng. He flipped through the information, confirmed again and again that this was where Fengling lived, and pressed the doorbell. After about 10 seconds, the door opened, and an old man dressed as a butler came out. He was wearing a tuxedo, a black bow tie, his hair was neat, and his body was straight. The old man bowed gently to Yanqing and said, "Sir, what can I do for you?" Yanqing hesitated for a moment, and said straight to the point, "I'm here to see your second young lady Fengling. I have something to discuss with her. I'm very sorry, but the second young lady doesn't receive outsiders. Sir, please go back." The old man bowed to Yanqing again, and was about to turn around and close the door. Yanqing was anxious, and put one hand on the edge of the door to stop it from closing. Yanqing said, "Old butler, I'm from the Yang family of Tao and Star. I really have something very important to discuss with your second young lady. Please inform her." The old man shook his head and said, "Sir, please don't make things difficult for me. I will not exceed the duties of a butler. I cannot agree to this matter." Yanqing said loudly, "Old butler, this is really urgent. It is related to the survival of my Yang family. May I ask if there is any way that can let me meet your second young lady? I can do anything." Looking at Yanqing's persistence, the old butler sighed and said, "Sir, why are you so stubborn? Even if you meet the second young lady, I'm afraid you won't get anything." Seeing that Yanqing was still indifferent, the old man knew that this young man wanted to meet the second young lady no matter what. So, just tell him, "I hope I won't harm this young man." The old man stopped closing the door and said solemnly, "There is only one way for outsiders to see the second young lady, and that is to challenge her. Knock on the wind drum outside the main gate 3 times, and the challenge will begin. Break through 3 barriers and fight all the way from the main gate to the second young lady. Maybe you can see her. There is only one chance. Once you fail, there is no hope." Yanqing was grateful and thanked the old man again and again. For Uncle Yang, he would do anything difficult. He wanted to protect the Yang family and his important people. If Yang Ze could come, it would be great. With his innate 6th level cultivation, he would definitely be able to break through to the end. However, since I took this job from Yang Ze, I have to do it. This challenge must be completed by me, Yanqing. Yanqing walked outside the mansion and saw a bronze drum. Presumably it was the wind drum. Yanqing pulled out the drumstick from the drum stand and held it with both hands. His muscles bulged and he twisted all his strength together and swung it hard at the wind drum. Boom, boom, boom. 3 consecutive, stirring drum sounds, like thunder in the sky, shook the entire Feng family mansion 3 times. One by one, the Feng family members appeared from all corners of the mansion and stood in the courtyard. Their eyes were fixed on the door, like tigers choosing their prey, about to show their sharp fangs. Deep in the mansion, a tall woman who was meditating slowly opened her eyes, her mouth curved, as if she was smiling. "Oh, it's really interesting that someone would beat the wind drum to challenge. No reckless person in Lanqing dares to do this. It's a pity that the challenger is only at the 2nd level of innate cultivation. It's like a kitten against dozens of tigers. I'm afraid it can't even get through the 1st level." The tall woman closed her eyes again and continued to practice. She didn't care about this kind of challenge without suspense. The only people who could make her pay attention were probably the other 9 geniuses in the transcendent realm. Yanqing walked slowly to the door and stepped in. Immediately, a dense crowd of people appeared in front of him. There were more than 100 people. This was just an appetizer. There was an even more terrifying main course waiting for him. Yanqing closed his eyes and his body trembled involuntarily. This was fear and excitement. He was only at the second level of innate cultivation. Anyone in front of him had the strength of the second level of innate, and was not weaker than him. At this time, he had to face more than 100 people of the same level. His blood began to boil. Will he lose or win? Yanqing didn't know. The only thing he knew was that he would bet all his consciousness to burn, to completely burn his small universe. Yanqing moved. He rushed forward like a whirlwind, his fist flashing with a strong light. The fierce fist wind had torn the air. His feet heavily cracked the stone slabs on the ground and raised a charging aura, like a tank, as if to crush everyone. The children of the Feng family looked at Yanqing, who was constantly approaching with mockery, as if they were watching a moth flying into a flame. No matter how hard the moth tried, no matter how heroic it could not change the fact that it would die painfully in the flames. In their eyes, there was only one result waiting for Yanqing, and that was to be beaten down by them. Let Yanqing know that the Feng family's Windrome is not something that a second level innate trash like you can knock down. However, they thought too easily. Is it so easy to beat Yanqing down? A moth flies into a flame because it is weak and dies in the fire. If it were a lion, the flame would be immediately stepped on. A strong light emanated from Yanqing's body, and his speed increased to the extreme. Like a sharp arrow, he instantly broke into the crowd. He swung out his fists incredibly quickly, like a meteor. The powerful force of his fists blew away dozens of people who had no time to react. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 8, Breakthrough. In a luxurious villa, Yang Ze successfully negotiated with Lei Bo of the Rasta family. He exchanged 3 interstellar transport ships and an obsidian mine for Lei Bo's chance to help him in the field trial. After Yang Ze walked out of the villa and captured Lei Bo, his pressure was relieved a lot. Janus will definitely be able to negotiate, so that only Feng Ling will be left. Yang Ze looked in the direction of Lancheng, silently and speechless. He gave the most difficult person to deal with to Yanqing. This is not because he didn't want to face Feng Ling, but because he was not sure about winning Feng Ling over. Feng Ling only likes to make friends with people she admires. In this regard, only Yanqing, who is as strong-willed as her, is suitable. Yang Ze believes that he does not have such awareness. Although he can gamble his life and death, and is not afraid of sacrifice, he cannot continue to implement his goals as always for 3 years, amid the ridicule of countless people. Yanqing, please, no matter what kind of test the Feng family has, I hope you can hold on, just like the day when you threw 10,000 punches and let a miracle happen. Impossible, it's only the second level of innateness. How can it be so powerful? The person who was blown away thought in horror. Boom. A strong momentum surged out of Yanqing's body, setting off a rolling wave of air, and many people's clothes were rustled and almost torn. The few people closest to Yanqing felt it the most strongly. Their bodies were forced back several meters by the invisible force, and they could not open their eyes with one hand in front of their eyes. What a strong momentum. I'm afraid that the 4th level of innateness is no more than this. How can this kid have such incredible power? Yanqing's whole body was shining. His eyes were like lightning, like a god walking out of ancient legends. Come together, you are no match for me. At this moment, Yanqing's gestures had an inexplicable charm. Don't be so arrogant. No matter what forbidden martial arts you use to increase your strength, we will defeat you easily together, said a man in the lead. He was a 3rd level innate cultivator. Really? Then let's fight. Yanqing's figure floated, like a floating light and shadow, and he came in front of this person in a disillusionment, and threw a punch. Puff. The leading man had no time to react at all. A strong force hit his chest, causing him to spit blood and fly backwards. Yanqing raised his fists and swung at the Feng family next to him. The 10,000 strongest punches he had practiced in the past made each punch carry the strongest power in his body. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive sounds, and another large group of people were knocked down, spitting blood and flying. His speed was too fast. This group of second level innate people could not see his figure at all, and could only passively take the beating. Everyone, form a formation for me. Don't let him break through one by one. The remaining people quickly gathered together and changed into various formations. They just had to hold on. At this time, they no longer dared to dream of defeating Yanqing. They just wanted to exhaust Yanqing alive and not let him break through this first level. The children of the Feng family formed an iron barrel formation and rotated to defend, not giving Yanqing a chance to break through. Now let's see how you break it. The iron barrel formation formed by 100 people is impenetrable. Only people above the 5th level of innate can break it with force. The Feng family said confidently. Yanqing sneered. A broken formation dared to claim to be impenetrable. Under the perception of the small universe, this iron barrel formation really had too many flaws. Yanqing strode out, like a wisp of light smoke, and in an instant, came to the periphery of the iron barrel formation, kicking at several places, where the rotation was not smooth and slow. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 important positions of the iron barrel formation were broken at the same time, and the formation immediately backfired. The children of the Feng family immediately rolled to the ground and cried in pain. Yanqing looked around. No one dared to stand up again. The children of the Feng family looked at them with fear. The leading man was seriously injured. He refused to accept it and said, even if you defeat us, you will definitely fail in the next level when facing Lord Fengchen. Yanqing chuckled and said, that's impossible. I will move forward without hesitation. No one can stop me. The first of the 3 levels is cleared. Deep in the mansion, the tall woman opened her eyes, and a look of surprise flashed across her face. Hey, this guy's aura is actually much stronger. No wonder he can pass the 1st level. He used forbidden martial arts and paid such a high price to see me. It's really interesting. However, the 2nd level is guarded by Fengchen, who is at the 5th level of innate martial arts. You can't pass it with forbidden martial arts alone. You'd better stop here. After Yanqing stepped onto the steps of the 2nd courtyard, a martial arts training ground appeared in front of Yanqing. In the center of this martial arts training ground, there was a ruthless man. Fengchen looked at Yanqing with bloodthirsty and excited eyes, licked his lips, and said, boy, not bad. You can actually get to the 2nd level. However, you can't pass this level no matter what. I haven't eaten meat for a long time. These hands will tear your body apart and let you die in pain. Haha. Yanqing's spirit became highly tense. He felt a huge pressure from this man called Fengchen. Yanqing knew that this battle would definitely be difficult. The small universe was still burning, giving Yanqing endless power. Boy, I'm here. Fengchen took a step and rushed towards Yanqing. He swung a punch fiercely, and the wind of the punch was as sharp as the cold wind in winter. There was a vortex on his fist. If it hit a person, it would tear the person's body into pieces. Yanqing didn't dare to take it hard, so he dodged sideways and turned his left fist to hit Fengchen's back. However, Fengchen seemed to have eyes behind him. A palm suddenly appeared behind him and caught Yanqing's fist. Bang. What? Yanqing's eyes widened. His fist was caught by Fengchen. How could Fengchen be so fast? Fengchen grinned and said, boy, I'm at the 5th level of Xianshan. How can you, who has used forbidden martial arts, to barely reach the 4th level of Xianshan, be my opponent? Don't think too easily of others. Fengchen grabbed Yanqing's hand and turned it outward. Crack. Yanqing's face was distorted, and his left hand was broken. Fengchen punched out again, and the fist with a wind whirl hit Yanqing's chest hard, causing Yanqing's chest to dent and fly backwards 10 meters, bringing out a stream of blood. Plop. Yanqing fell heavily to the ground, and a lot of blood flowed from his mouth. The blow from Fengchen just now directly broke 3 of his ribs, and injured his internal organs. Yanqing struggled to get up, but fell down again. His small universe also went out and became dim, and the vast sea of stars inside lost its color. The 5th level of Xianshan is really powerful. Even if I, who is at the second level of Xiantian, burn my small universe, I can't beat him, Yanqing thought. At this time, although he was defeated, he still remained calm. It was not a desperate situation. He still had a chance. Boy, you can't do it? I'm really disappointed. I wanted to stretch my muscles, but I didn't expect that I just stretched my hands. It's boring. Feng Chen walked slowly, grabbed Yanqing's collar, and lifted him up. Look at this face, tut tut, it's full of sadness. Since you are so sad, then go and die. If you die in the fair challenge of my Feng family, Lancheng will not say anything, so I will use my strongest trick to send you off. Feng Chen's eyes flashed with excitement. It has been a long time since he killed someone. It's great to be able to eat meat today. He threw Yanqing, who was already unable to resist, into the air. Boy, die. Hurricane strangulation. A tornado quickly enveloped Yanqing, and countless rotating wind blades cut towards Yanqing's body. Bang! A bloody rain fell, staining the entire training ground with bright red blood. Chapter 9 Pegasus Meteor Fist. Blood rain fell down. Feng Chen closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and with an extremely twisted smile on his face, he said intoxicatedly, "The smell of blood is really fragrant. I haven't smelled such fresh blood for a long time. It would be better if there is more." "Really? Let it be more." A cold voice sounded. "What?" Feng Chen suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. He opened his eyes in astonishment. A strong and powerful fist flashing with white light hit his chest heavily. However, this was not over yet. One punch followed another, like a violent storm, without giving Feng Chen any time to breathe. "Damn it, kid, you are not dead." Feng Chen was extremely angry. He was a powerful innate 5th level warrior, but he was beaten by this kid with a very low cultivation. It was simply unforgivable. "Hurricane armor!" Feng Chen roared, and a tornado suddenly formed armor to protect him. With the protection of the armor, Yanqing's fist had no effect on Feng Chen. Yanqing realized that he could not attack anymore, and while Feng Chen was still not able to react, he quickly retreated to a distance. Feng Chen touched the blood on his mouth, and a burst of anger rose in his heart. He was actually injured by this kid. Only then did he have the opportunity to look at Yanqing. At this time, Yanqing's body was covered with wounds cut by the wind blades. His skin and flesh were turned outward, and blood flowed out from the wounds in large quantities, soaking his torn clothes, and the blood flowed all over the ground. "Oh, you are not dead even like this. Your willpower is really strong," Feng Chen said with a sigh, and he felt much happier when he saw Yanqing's miserable appearance. Hoo. Yanqing was panting heavily. In fact, he was barely standing now. The large amount of blood loss had made his head dizzy. If it weren't for the pain of the wound stimulating his nerves, I'm afraid he would have fallen to the ground. "Before you fall, before you pass this level, how could I fall?" Yanqing pulled the corner of his mouth hard and let out a mocking smile. "Damn it, you're almost dead, and you still dare to brag. This time I will definitely send you to heaven." Feng Chen condensed a whirlwind on his two hands, and the two tornadoes slowly grew larger. The wind blades on the tornadoes cut through the air, making a hissing sound. Double hurricane strangulation. The two tornadoes moved quickly, sucking up the stone slabs on the martial arts training ground like a dragon sucking water. The wind blades and hundreds of stone slabs rotating in the tornadoes greatly increased the power of Feng Chen's moves. "How about it, kid? Haha, I wonder if you can survive this time." Feng Chen laughed wildly, releasing his murderous intent wantonly. Yanqing raised his head, looked at the two tornadoes, and slowly closed his eyes. He couldn't hold on any longer. A lot of blood in his body was sucked out by this suction force. Countless blood threads were entangled in the tornadoes, adding a kind of enchanting beauty. "Just a little bit more, just a little bit more," Yanqing muttered, his small universe spinning wildly, waves of power gushing out, tempering Yanqing's body at an extremely fast speed. Fighting is the best way to improve the microcosm, and it is also the best way to improve strength. During this period of time, Yanqing's body has reached the limit of the second level of innateness. Enough. The accumulation is enough. The barrier of the third level of innateness. Break it for me. Boom. Like the surging river water breaking through the dam, Yanqing was promoted to the third level of innateness at this moment. With this momentum to break through the realm, Yanqing's eyes were like lightning, and the momentum of the whole body began to rise. Hey, this kid actually broke through in battle. Feng Chen was a little surprised. He had heard that those who could break through in battle were true geniuses, but what could he do with that tattered body? He had to die, even if he broke through. He became more and more excited. It was a supreme pleasure to kill a genius with his own hands. Although the small universe has only entered the threshold of the sixth sense, it is enough to complete it. The small universe was boiling to the extreme at this time. Yanqing stretched out his hands, seemingly slowly but actually quickly drawing several tracks, which were depicting the 13 stars of a certain constellation in the starry sky. The left hand fell, and the right hand rose, depicting little by little, with great concentration. Feng Chen looked at Yanqing's movements, and seemed to have a frightened feeling. In his eyes, Yanqing's hands were as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Behind Yanqing, he seemed to see a universe slowly taking shape. No. This kid must be killed quickly, otherwise there will be big problems. Feng Chen used all his strength to drive two tornadoes, like a storm of destruction, attacking Yanqing. However, at this time, Yanqing's action was finally completed. He opened his eyes. What kind of eyes were they? Endless stars were spinning in them, releasing mysterious power. Feng Chen was almost horrified. He actually saw the universe in a person. Pegasus, wake up! Yanqing roared, and an extremely dazzling light burst out of his body. This is the light of Pegasus. A white Pegasus rushed out from the vast sea of stars in the microcosm, neighing loudly, spreading its wings, and soaring freely. Pegasus is free and unrestrained. This is the secret of Pegasus. The real trick of the Saint Seiya, as the first secret in the world, the legendary boxing. Don't let me down. Show the light of a meteor. Pegasus Meteor Fist. Yanqing swung his fist at high speed, and a white Pegasus appeared behind him, neighing loudly, spreading its wings, and crashing towards Feng Chen. Countless blue and white meteors shot out. Feng Chen was stunned. A Pegasus was flying towards him, and there were countless meteors at the same time. No, that was not a meteor, but a fist light. It was overwhelming. The light was dazzling, like a meteor passing by, extremely beautiful and extremely terrifying. The sharp edge of the sharp fist made Feng Chen tremble with fear and unable to react. The speed of the punch was so fast that Feng Chen had no way to react. He could only try his best to transfer the energy in his body to the two tornadoes, hoping that his ultimate move could block the meteor-like fist light. The two tornadoes collided fiercely with the meteor fist, and everything around was destroyed by the aftermath. The Feng family members in the outer courtyard were all trembling with fear as they watched the fierce collision of light in the second courtyard. The tall woman in the depths of the mansion also stopped practicing, and for the first time she focused on feeling the tragic battle in the second courtyard. I must not lose. In order to protect the people I want to protect, even if my body is crippled, even if I can only move one finger, even if I have one drop of blood left, as long as I can move and turn my mind, I will not give up. So, at this moment, only for this moment, burn, my little universe RRR. Yanqing roared, blood kept flowing, and his face was pale, like a piece of white paper. But the light on his body became more intense, and he burst out with an extremely powerful momentum. The flying Pegasus was even more high-spirited, and with its wings spread, countless meteors fell one after another. The two tornadoes could not resist, and were torn into nothingness. Feng Chen's eyes widened to the limit, and fear filled his heart. The Pegasus flew over, and crashed into his body, and countless meteors completely submerged him. Feng Chen screamed in pain, and countless dents appeared on his body. The fist light of this meteor seemed endless. 76 punches in the first second. Feng Chen's chest had been cracked, and blood was gurgling. 85 punches in the second. One of Feng Chen's arms was broken off at the root, and blood spurted wildly. Feng Chen screamed in pain. 63 punches in the third second. Feng Chen's other arm was broken, and a blood hole as big as a bowl appeared on his chest. He lost too much blood and fainted. In just 3 seconds, Feng Chen fell completely in a pool of blood, without a trace of consciousness. Yanqing looked at Feng Chen, who fell to the ground, and the corners of his mouth twitched, with a slight arc. He defeated this innate 5th level strongman. He won. The second level is cleared. This was Yanqing's last consciousness. He had lost too much blood and could no longer hold on. With a plop, he fell to the ground in blood. Everyone seemed to be still immersed in the fierce collision just now. The courtyard of the Feng family was very quiet. It seemed that only the gradually weak breathing of Yanqing could be heard. Chapter 10: The arrival of the Pegasus cloth. The breeze blew through the treetops, and the yellow dead leaves flew everywhere. One of them fell on Yanqing, stained with some blood. Deep in the mansion, the tall woman had a shocked look on her face, and murmured to herself, "My prediction was wrong. This person can actually defeat Feng Chen. His moves are very strange. This is the first time I have seen a move that can echo willpower. This guy's willpower is probably stronger than mine. It's really interesting. In this case, I, Feng Ling, will go to see you." Feng Ling stood up. This challenger has already aroused her interest. Where am I? Am I dead? Yanqing felt that he seemed to have fallen into an endless space, floating in the endless darkness. A ray of golden light slowly appeared in the darkness, like a faint fire, constantly warming his soul, allowing him to gradually regain a trace of consciousness. The memory before the coma flashed through his mind like a movie. So that's how it is. Is your body seriously injured? Yanqing looked inside himself. His body was already broken, and his meridians were tangled. The red color representing blood was reduced by more than half. After releasing the last light to wake him up, the microcosm turned gray and stopped rotating. The situation is very bad. Now it's just to pass the second level. Is it already gone? Yanqing sighed. At this moment, he couldn't even move a finger or blink his eyes. Not only that, he also felt that his body was getting weaker and weaker. He was afraid that soon, he would really step into the heaven that existed in an unknown place. At this time, there was only one way to save himself, that is, the Saint CI system. Yanqing's consciousness struggled to reach the sea of consciousness. He stepped into the system hall and said, "System, please help me repair my body." Facing Yanqing's request, the system seemed to be silent for a while before saying, "Host, the energy used by the system for repair has been completely exhausted when the host's body was repaired last time." What? Is there no other way? The system did not answer. Yanqing could not help but be startled, and then he let out a sigh. Even the system can't do anything. It seems that he is really going to die this time. He does not regret this action. He has tried his best, but he is really unwilling to fall here. He has not seen Feng Ling yet. He has not passed the Xianfu entrance examination. He has not fulfilled his promise to Yang Su, and he has not started his dream of leaving a mark in the galaxy era. Is the second life given to me by God ending like this? I'm unwilling. I want to stand up again. I want to live. Yanqing made a weak cry and slowly fell into silence. Host, unless. The system seemed to say something, but Yanqing could not hear it at this time. A tide of emptiness enveloped Yanqing and slowly dragged him into the endless darkness. Is it over like this? The answer is no. At this moment, the bronze vestment box left by Yanqing in the hotel suddenly trembled violently, accompanied by a dazzling light, and the vestment box opened by itself. This ray of light broke through the barrier of the room extremely quickly, like a meteor across the sky, flying towards Yanqing. Although the Pegasus cloth was very fast, it still caught the attention of the top masters. In the top floor of Xianfu, an old man flipping through ancient books looked at the Pegasus cloth going away, stroked his beard, and pondered, "What a strange thing. It looks like a fairy treasure, but there is no fairy breath. Could it be a divine object of the gods or spirits?" On a mountain in the backyard of Xianfu, a middle-aged man looked at the light with appreciation on his face, and said, "This is a treasure that actively recognizes its master. I wonder which little guy has been favored by the treasure. If it is a new student in our school, it would be a good thing." In Yanqing, one of the 7 cities, a woman in gorgeous clothes looked at the sky and murmured, "What a strange thing. Why do I feel a very familiar breath from it?" Feng Ling came to the second courtyard, looked at Feng Chen, and couldn't help but frowned. Feng Chen looked so miserable. His 2 arms were nowhere to be seen, and there was a big bleeding hole on his chest. He was not far from death. Even if he recovers, his realm will be lowered. Feng Ling shook her head and immediately threw out a small green gourd. The small gourd grew bigger with the wind, exhaled life essence, enveloped Feng Chen, and Feng Chen's injuries began to recover. This is her mortal weapon. Mortal weapons are tools that can only be cultivated in the transcendent realm. They are at the first level among the 4 levels of magic weapons. There are 3 levels above: fairy treasures, holy objects, and imperial weapons. After dealing with Feng Chen, Feng Ling looked at Yanqing. She took a breath. Yanqing's injuries were more serious. His whole body was no longer in human form. The blood in the wound had almost dried up. At this time, more than half of the blood in his body had been lost. He can't be saved. If only you could come earlier. Feng Ling sighed and looked at this man with super strong willpower with regret. To some extent, this man's willpower was much stronger than hers. Feng Ling turned around and was about to leave, but stopped immediately. Something is approaching. Feng Ling had just thought of this when a virtual Pegasus flew towards her in the sky with shining light. Is this the Pegasus in mythology? No, it's an assembled armor in the shape of a Pegasus. It can be transformed into a physical form, so it must be at least a fairy treasure. Feng Ling blocked the way with her palm. The light was too dazzling. She was surprised to find that the armor actually stayed beside Yanqing. Yanqing's consciousness was almost annihilated. At this extremely critical moment, suddenly, the neigh of Pegasus resounded through Yanqing's soul and pulled him back from the brink of death. Countless white lights surrounded his soul, and Yanqing felt warm all over. The small universe began to glow and turned again. The Pegasus constellation was particularly bright in the vast sea of stars, and the light almost covered all the constellations. The wounds on Yanqing's body began to scab, and his face turned from pale to ruddy. Under the light, the yellow dead leaves on Yanqing's body turned green and grew again. Feng Ling was stunned. She couldn't believe her eyes. Is this a therapeutic fairy treasure? But why is it in the form of armor? Is it a defensive fairy treasure? Is it a special fairy treasure? But how can a fairy treasure be used by someone who is not even in the transcendent realm? This is simply contrary to the generally accepted common sense. Yanqing's fingers moved slightly, and after a while, he slowly opened his eyes and stood up. Yanqing clenched his fists hard and felt the strength of his body. His body had actually recovered, and his strength had also returned to the 3rd level of innateness. Yanqing looked at the Pegasus cloth in the air and nodded. The cloth has will and life. It can transcend space and protect its owner with its own will. If it weren't for the power of the Pegasus cloth that lent Yanqing his microcosm, Yanqing would have died. The cloth is a fighting partner, and Yanqing can feel the desire from the cloth. It hopes to be worn by Yanqing and fight together. I'm sorry, Pegasus cloth. I didn't use your strength in the past. It was my fault. Now let me fight alongside you. Cloth, awaken. Clang, clang, clang. The Pegasus cloth, shining with light, quickly disintegrated. The shoulder armor, chest armor, leg armor, helmet, arm guards, greaves, knee pads, and shoes all turned into a stream of light and were draped on Yanqing's body. After putting on the holy clothes, Yanqing felt that the small universe in his body had doubled in size and became extremely deep. Yanqing tried to swing a punch lightly. A gust of wind from his fist instantly tore through the air, and with a whoosh, it directly penetrated a big tree. The withered yellow leaves of the tree fell and landed on Yanqing's body. They were directly ignited and turned into ashes. Is this what it feels like to put on the holy clothes? My body isn't better than its previous peak state. It seems that every move I make seems to be able to tear the sky and crush the earth. This is the power that a saint's sire should have. If I put on the holy clothes to pass the 2nd level, I can probably kill Feng Chen in seconds with just the speed of sound punch. After the experiment, Yanqing, who was immersed in excitement, noticed the existence of the wind chime next to him. And the wind chime did not show any impatience, but just looked at Yanqing with a smile. Are you the wind chime? Yanqing looked at the woman beside him and said in surprise. He learned what Feng Ling looked like from the information. Well, I'm the Feng Ling you are looking for. Feng Ling smiled, her eyes full of teasing. This man gave her a very different feeling, very mysterious, and she had a feeling that she wanted people to find out the secrets of him. Yanqing went straight to the point and said, my name is Yanqing, and I'm a member of the Yang family of Tao and Star. Because Yi Zhang of the Yi family, in the talent test, united the 3 geniuses of the transcendent realm to attack my Yang family. So I hope to get your help. The Yi family is the enemy faced by the Yang family and the Feng family. I hope our two families can fight against the Yi family. In return, our Yang family is willing to. Fengling interrupted Yanqing before he finished speaking. She showed an interested look and said, there is no need to involve any family interests. I personally really want to take action. But I have a condition. Fengling changed the subject. Yanqing frowned and said, what condition? As long as it's not too much, he will agree. Give me the armor you're wearing. I guarantee you'll pass this test, and in the future in Fu, I will protect your Yang family. Fengling stared at the holy clothes on Yanqing and said, impossible. The holy clothes have already recognized their master. You can't wear it. Yanqing flatly refused. Oh, that's too bad. But since it has already recognized its master, let's change the conditions. You go to the 3rd level. As long as you pass the 3rd level, I will help you. Why do you want me to pass the 3rd level? Is this related to what you said just now? He felt that this Fengling spoke a little strangely, as if he spoke casually according to his own preferences, and his thinking was very jumpy. Well, of course there is a connection. If you want me to help you, you must have a little bit of strength. Otherwise when you are surviving in the wild, it would be bad if you were taken away by wild beasts when you were making a fire and collecting firewood. Fengling pretended to be worried. She was very interested in the holy clothes on Yanqing. She wanted to see how much Yanqing, who was at the 3rd level of innate, could improve his strength with the help of this special fairy treasure. Yanqing was speechless. He felt as if Fengling was tempting him. Fengling's temperament was changeable. She did things based on her preferences and didn't care about interests. This was why Yang Ze had no confidence in winning over Fengling. Although Yanqing couldn't figure out what she was thinking, as the saying goes, when enemies come, we will fight them. When water comes, we will block it with earth. In the state of wearing the holy clothes, Yanqing believed that the 3rd level would not be difficult for him. Okay, I promise you chapter 11 is easily cleared. Yanqing stepped into the 3rd courtyard, which was the last of the 3 levels. Yanqing was very curious. Who was the guardian of the 3rd level? The guardians of the 1st level were more than 100 Feng family members, equivalent to the 4th level of innateness. The guardian of the 2nd level was Feng Chen, who was at the 5th level of innateness. The guardian of the 3rd level should be at least the 6th level of innateness. Yanqing thought. The 3rd courtyard was a circular closed arena. As soon as Yanqing walked in, he suddenly heard a manic roar. Yanqing's face tightened. He was afraid that he was not dealing with people this time, but wild beasts. Wild beasts are a kind of creatures that exist in the universe. Their bodies are extremely powerful. The best of them also have magical powers and have the ability to cross the void and swallow the stars and the sun. Fengling stood in a corner of the 3rd courtyard with a curled mouth and a happy smile. She reached out and opened the copper lock of the cage here, releasing the wild beasts inside. Several wild beasts roared wantonly, with the pleasure of breaking free from the cage, and the sound echoed throughout the arena. Hey, I've released your opponents for you. As long as you defeat them, I'll help you survive in the wild. Fengling shouted at Yanqing. I know. Yanqing took a deep breath. This was the first time he faced a living wild beast. The wild beast in front of him looked very ferocious. What appeared in front of Yanqing was a wild beast that walked on its tail, had no lower limbs, had many spikes on its chest, was covered with armor on its back, and had a silver wire curled up in its mouth. This was the most common wild beast, the iron slashing beast, which was equivalent to the 6th level of human innate strength. The silver wire in its mouth could fly out rapidly and instantly cut through hard materials such as metal and rock, which was very scary. Yanqing stared at the 4 iron slashing beasts with a high degree of concentration. If there was only one iron slashing beast, Yanqing would not care. He could easily deal with it, but there were 4 iron slashing beasts, and 4 silver wires were emitted at the same time. The threat to him was definitely not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Alhagang, this holy garment made of the strongest metal is indestructible. What Yanqing is not sure about now is whether this holy garment can be as powerful as described in the animation. This time, facing the silver thread attack of the iron slashing beast should be a good test for the holy garment. Fengling sat on the far side, with her hand on her chin, looking at Yanqing and the wild beasts, waiting for the show to begin. The four wild beasts saw Yanqing and rushed towards Yanqing as if they had found prey. Before they could get close to Yanqing, a wild beast spit out a silver thread from its mouth and flew out. Yanqing was startled. The speed of this silver thread was extremely fast. Even with the initial stage of the sixth sense of the small universe, he could only see a vague trajectory. Here it comes. Yanqing kicked his right foot and moved his body to the right. A silver thread swept across his original position, cutting the stone slab on the arena in half. The fracture on the stone slab was extremely smooth. Whoosh! Two more silver threads shot out, and Yanqing jumped and dodged. The two silver lines were extremely fast, tearing the ground of the arena apart and lifting up large pieces of stone slabs. However, the attack of the wild beast was not over at this time, and the last silver line shot towards Yanqing in the air. Oops, there is no way to use the force. Yanqing had to put his hands up in front of him. The silver line swept across Yanqing's body and directly knocked Yanqing out, knocking out a big hole in the arena, and the dust was flying. The iron-cutting beast roared happily and moved towards the position where Yanqing was knocked away. They wanted to cut Yanqing into several pieces as food. Hey, I'm not dead yet. You beasts, don't be so arrogant. In the dust, Yanqing pushed away the stones and slabs on his body and slowly stood up. His body was intact, without any damage, and the white Pegasus holy clothes were shining. The silver line of the iron-cutting beast posed no threat to it. This made Yanqing completely relieved. Although the bronze holy clothes are the lowest level of holy clothes, they are also a product of mythology and cannot be destroyed by such low-level attacks. Fengling was excited. The fairy treasure on Yanqing really had a defensive function, and it was not ordinary strong. Interesting. It was really interesting. She couldn't help but want to attack Yanqing and feel the power of the fairy treasure. Yanqing roared, stepped forward with both feet, and rocks flew. He came to the front of a slashing iron beast in an instant, and his fist was full of power, smashing the iron beast away. The other three slashing iron beasts opened their mouths quickly, and three silver lines shot out, as if to blast Yanqing against the wall of the arena again. However, their wish did not come true. Yanqing's microcosm turned violently, and his sixth sense was powerful, capturing the trajectory of the silver line. The extremely fast silver line slowed down in Yanqing's eyes. Yanqing twisted, rolled, and jumped forward in 3 actions in one go, avoiding the 3 silver lines, and punched out again with both fists. Bang, bang, bang. This time, the 3 slashing iron beasts flew out and smashed 3 large pits on the wall of the arena. This is not over yet. Yanqing quickly drew the trajectory of 13 stars in Pegasus with his hands. The light gathered together to form the Pegasus constellation. Pegasus Meteor Fist. Yanqing swung his fists. With the powerful bonus of the holy clothes, Yanqing's punch speed increased to 375 punches per second, breaking the speed of sound. This is the real Pegasus Meteor Fist. Fengling widened her eyes. Is this the move that seriously injured Feng Chen? The nearly endless high-speed punches are so dazzling, and the gorgeousness contains murderous intent. As Yang Ze said, Fengling admired Yanqing very much at this moment, and wanted to make friends with him. In her eyes, Yanqing is not only strong in willpower, but also has great potential. If such a person can become a friend, it is definitely a good thing. Moreover, as he said, the strength of the Yi family is not what the Feng family wants to see. With one more Yang family, they will be more confident in dealing with the Yi family. At this time, the Pegasus behind Yanqing was also extremely high-spirited. With its wings spread, countless meteors fell. RRRR. Yanqing's microcosm was extremely bright and burning very intensely. He had never thought that he would throw such a powerful punch. Silver threads were flying, and meteors continued to fly. Zanti-Beast used the silver threads in his mouth in vain to block them. One by one, meteors exploded on them, and green blood flowed out in large pieces. The silver threads in their mouths broke under the power of the sonic meteor fist. Roar. Zanti-Beast roared in pain. The silver threads in their mouths broke, and they lost their last defense. Yanqing roared, and the blue-white light covered everything. Meteors fell all over the sky, and the fist wind even tore the floor apart. Carrying endless anger, it bombarded Zanti-Beast. Almost instantly, Zantai Beast was submerged in the light and disappeared, turning into atoms between heaven and earth. The third level was opened. Hoo Yanqing panted, and half knelt on the ground. After putting on the holy clothes, the burning microcosm put a heavier burden on his body. If there were another 3 or 5 minutes, he would not be able to hold on. Yanqing looked at his hands. He was a little dazed. 5 days ago, he was still a useless guy who couldn't even enter the innate realm, but 5 days later, he could defeat 4 wild beasts of the 6th level of the innate realm with his holy clothes. If all this hadn't really happened to him, it would be hard to imagine. Yanqing thought silently for a while, and then he came to his senses, and remembered the business. He looked at Fengling in the distance and said anxiously, "Fengling, I have passed the 3rd level. My request." I agree to your request. Fengling came to Yanqing in an instant, and said with a smile, "Ah." Yanqing was stunned. He didn't expect Fengling to agree to him so straightforwardly. Did she have any other purpose? Yanqing stared at Fengling closely, trying to see something from her face. "Ah, Yanqing, don't look at me like that. I'll be embarrassed," Fengling said shyly. Yanqing was speechless. Is this the reaction that a shy person should have? Is this what a shy person should say? It's not at all. At this moment, he had the urge to flip the table in his heart. Before coming here, he had a premonition that he would have a deep connection with this woman named Fengling. Now it seems that things are indeed going in this direction. However, this way the family affairs are resolved. Uncle Yang should be relieved to report to the family. Thinking of this, Yanqing threw away his worries and smiled. That smile was so pure, without any impurities. Fengling, who was used to the filth, darkness, and intrigue, was stunned when he saw such a smile. Chapter 12. The message that cannot be delivered. After getting Fengling's promise to help, Yanqing returned to the Yang family's villa. Although Fengling repeatedly asked Yanqing to stay, Yanqing did not agree. At present, it was more important to explain the situation to Yangze as soon as possible. Yanqing borrowed a black cloak from the Feng family to cover the Pegasus cloth on his body. According to Fengling, the Pegasus cloth is at least a fairy treasure, which will attract many people's covetousness. Before you have strong strength, it is better to hide it first. At this time, Yangze was constantly reading the information, hoping to find valuable information from it, so as to increase his chances of winning. He saw Yanqing coming back and asked lightly, "Yanqing, how did the discussion go?" Although Yangze's tone was calm, the anxiety in his eyes had betrayed his inattention and expectation for the answer. "No problem, Fengling has agreed," Yanqing said with a smile. Yangze exhaled, feeling somewhat relieved, and said, "That's great. I've also dealt with this, and Leibo and Janice are also willing to help. In this way, as long as there are no major changes on Yizang's side, this plan should be fine. In this case, the next step of the plan I made is also out." Yangze showed the plan on his notebook to Yanqing. "There are 3 of us, and it is very disadvantageous to fight against Yizang's 4 people. In order to ensure that one of us must enter Xianfu, we must separate and run in different directions. One person is accompanied by 2 Transcendent Realm Geniuses, and the other is accompanied by 1 Transcendent Realm Genius. No matter how Yizang chooses to chase, at least one of us will survive and pass this Xianfu test. Yeah, although this plan is a bit cruel and requires abandoning one person, it is indeed a very feasible plan," Yanqing thought. Yangze smiled bitterly and said, "This is also a helpless solution. If we can pull one more person, we won't be so embarrassed. Then, the question now is, who is accompanied by 2 Transcendent Realm Geniuses, and who is accompanied by 1? Yanqing asked. "It doesn't matter. Whether we have 1 or 2 people around us, we may be hunted down by Yizang. Therefore, the more familiar we are with the Transcendent Realm Geniuses around us, the better. This way, the cooperation will be the best. I have Leibo and Janice by my side, and Fengling by your side, Yanqing. This should be the best choice." Yangze analyzed calmly. "You are really very rational. This is indeed the best choice." Yanqing thought about it. "There is no other way. For the sake of the family, we must put aside our feelings. You know what the head of the family is like. If you can't separate your feelings, you can't handle things well," Yangze said calmly. In a villa in Yanqing, Zhang, the genius of the Yi family, was sitting on an extremely soft sofa enjoying a massage from a woman. The woman said, "Master, the Yang family has already taken action. They have won over Lei Bo and Janus. As for Fengling, it's hard to say. Our spies can't know the situation in the Feng family mansion." Yizong lazily raised one hand and kneaded the woman's chest. He smiled wickedly and said, "Jinga, do you still need to worry about this? It doesn't matter whether Fengling will participate or not. It's just a stumbling block. Just kick it away." The woman's face flushed, as if she couldn't bear it. Her body limp, she fell into Yizong's arms and said weakly, "But, Master, the Yang family now has 3 people. Aren't they forced to fight against us? How can we be sure that we can kill them?" Yizong laughed after hearing what the woman said. "They are not 3 people, at most only 1 person. Only Fengling may help the 2 useless guys of the Yang family. Janus and Rappo are all on our side." The woman's eyes widened, obviously shocked by the news. A trace of worry flashed in her eyes. She still said, "Then congratulations, Master. Once Yang Ze and Yanqing die, the Yang family will inevitably weaken, and our Yi family can easily wipe out the Yang family." "Really, Jinga, do you really want to congratulate me?" Yizong said with a smile. "Of course, Master. Jinga is thinking about you wholeheartedly. After all, Jinga has given her body to you." The woman blushed, and her voice became lower and lower, as if she was very shy. "Haha." Yizong laughed wildly and said, "Jinga, your acting skills are really extraordinary. I'm very moved, and I can't bear to kill you." Yizong's tone was full of murderous intent at the end. The woman's face turned pale and begged, "Master, I don't understand what you are talking about. Why do you want to kill Jinga? Jinga, should I call you Yangling or Wang?" Yizong said slowly, looking at the woman, as if he was looking at an object, and throwing out the secret of the woman. The woman's face changed, sometimes blue and sometimes white. She already knew, so there was no need for her to pretend. She said in a hoarse voice, "When did you find out?" Yizong laughed and said, "Of course it was on the first day you came. I found out on the first day." "How is it possible?" Yangling was shocked. She was a spy trained by the Yang family. She had been trained for 10 years. There would be no mistakes in her every move. Nothing is impossible. In addition to practicing the Shenzhou Jing of the Yi family, I, Yizang, also practiced the Xinying Jing of my Yi family. The Xinying Jing can reflect other people's thoughts in my heart. Your every move has long been under my control. You passed a lot of information to the Yang family, but unfortunately, I leaked all this information to you on purpose. The reason I did this was to wait for today." Yangling's face was pale and her eyes lost color. She actually failed so badly. She had thought that she would be exposed, but she was exposed at this time. She sent a message to Yang Ze that Janus and Rappo were safe and could be negotiated with. The Yang family also made plans and deployments for this reason. However, Yizong's words suddenly made her the sinner of the Yang family. "What should I do? Will young Master Yang Ze die? I actually harmed young Master Yang Ze. No, I must pass on the real news." Yangling quickly stepped back, pressed her finger on the communicator, and a message was quickly typed out and sent to the outside world. When Yangling completed this series of actions, Yizong did not stop Yangling, but smiled and looked at him, his eyes full of mockery. "The message can't be sent out. What's going on? Is the signal blocked?" Yangling looked at the smiling Yizang. Her body trembled. She was desperate. Has this man already calculated everything? Yizang slowly approached. His smile was as sunny as an angel, and he inserted his hand into Yangling's heart without any sign, and Yangling couldn't see his move at all. Yizang said softly, "Farewell, my dear Jinga. Thank you for your contribution to the Yi family. I will set up a meritorious monument for you, and it will be written as the hero who destroyed the Yang family." Bang! Blood sprayed and flowed all over the floor. Alas, I accidentally got my flawless hands dirty. What a bummer. Yizong reached out and picked up a handkerchief from the table, wiped his hands, threw it on the ground, and his figure slowly disappeared into the shadows. Chapter 13 Meeting. One day passed quickly, and it was already the day for Xianfu to hold the entrance examination. Today was the first basic test. Yanqing and Yang set out from Lansheng early in the morning and came to Xianfu. Although Yanqing and Yang's came very early, the entrance of Xianfu was already crowded with people. There are so many people. Although they want to recruit 1,000 people, looking at the current situation, I'm afraid there are more than 30,000 or 40,000 people. Yanqing found a secluded place and sat down. Xianfu is already famous, and the admission threshold is very low this year, so naturally a large number of people want to try their luck. Give it a try, Yang said. While chatting, the two looked around. Yizang of the Yi family was their main focus, and they had to be vigilant at all times. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside the crowd, accompanied by whispers. A tall and beautiful woman came from outside, and the crowd made way for her. This was a treatment only for the strong. The tall woman was Fengling. At this moment, Fengling had a calm face, a graceful gait, and a gorgeous temperament, which was completely different from the Fengling that Yanqing knew before. Many talents looked at her with admiration, obviously treating Fengling as a goddess. Yanqing had a strange look on his face. He was sure that what he saw was definitely Fengling's true nature. Miss Fengling was really good at pretending. Fengling's eyes scanned the crowd as if she was looking for someone. Yanqing's face immediately fell. He could feel that Fengling was definitely looking for him. Yanqing moved behind Yangze, intending to use Yangze's body to block Fengling's gaze. Yangze noticed the actions of Fengling and Yanqing, and as if he understood something, he took a step back calmly, exposing Yanqing beside him. Yangze. Yanqing widened his eyes and gritted his teeth and blurted out two words. This guy actually sold out his teammates. You should have a good discussion with Fengling. This is for the sake of the family's plan. If we can get along well with her, we will have a better chance of passing the third level. Yangze was righteous and awe-inspiring. It was impossible to see that he had any other ideas. Yangze's words made sense, which made Yanqing very upset and unable to refute. Fengling glanced and immediately saw Yanqing dodging. She frowned, pretended to be about to cry, and walked towards Yanqing. Hey, Yanqing. Why are you always hiding from me? Is it because I'm pregnant with your child and you don't want to raise him? You are such a cruel father. It makes me so sad. After Fengling finished speaking, the crowd around him was silent for 10 seconds. They and their friends were stunned by Fengling's words. Bang! It seemed that the sound of countless hearts breaking rang out. Many talents covered their chests with painful expressions. The happiest thing in the world was that the goddess finally appeared in front of them. However, the most painful thing in the world was that the goddess already had someone in her heart and was pregnant with someone else's child. Yanqing spat out a mouthful of blood. Miss Fengling, where is your image that you have worked so hard to maintain? Where is your moral integrity? You are too aggressive in your words. We are not that familiar with each other yet. Talking nonsense like this can kill people. He felt deep malice from the eyes of the men around him. Yanqing coughed and said righteously, Fengling, although I have been to your Feng family's villa, we have not done anything improper. Think about it, we just chatted for a while. So, Yanqing said here, took a deep breath, pointed at Fengling and said, so, even if you have a child in your belly, it is not mine. Oh, it seems that I remembered it wrong. Well, in this case, the next memory is also wrong. I should not be pregnant yet. Fengling breathed a sigh of relief and said confusedly. Yangze next to him was full of black lines in his mind. These two people are not normal people. No wonder they can get together. Haha, it's so lively here. Can we join in? A magnetic voice sounded, which could make the girl scream. But this voice was a completely different thing for Yanqing and Yang's. They had heard this voice many times in the videos in the archives. It symbolized the arrival of a terrible enemy. This voice was Yizang. Yanqing and Yang's faces changed drastically, and they looked towards the place where the voice came from. Under a towering ancient tree, an extremely handsome man stood with a smile on his face. This handsome man was Yizang. Yizang of the Yi family, one of the 10 geniuses in the transcendent realm, had many supporters among the new students of Xianfu Star. He was very popular, and was the best male god in the hearts of countless girls. Yizang. Yang shouted in a low voice, his eyes full of murderous intent. If it weren't for this man, their Yang family would never have been forced to this point. Yang said of the Yang family, please don't look at me with such a terrible look, otherwise I will be angry. Yizong had a smile on his face, but his eyes were very cold. Yanqing pulled Yangze, patted his shoulder, and signaled him to calm down. It is not the time to confront Yichang yet. The real battle will only begin in the third wilderness survival game. Oh, this is Yanqing. I remember that he is a child picked up by Yang Su from Earth. Hey, I heard that you suffered a lot in the Yang family in the past. Do you want to come to our Yi family? Our Yi family treats you very well. Yichang smiled gently at Yanqing. Yanqing was very calm. With the excellent perception of the small universe, he could feel the disdain and ridicule hidden under Yichang's gentle smile. Yanqing stepped forward and said calmly, Yichang, isn't it too early for you to say such things now? I heard that you are the pride of the Yi family, very glorious. You have never done any hard work. Otherwise, come to our Yang family, I can find you a job like cleaning toilets, so that you can experience life well. How about it? The crowd around was silent. Everyone was frightened by Yanqing's words. Asking Yichang to clean toilets, is this kid sick in the head? Fengling next to him said happily, Yanqing, you said it very well. Yichang, my family is still short of a servant to clean the toilet. How about cleaning Yang's toilet first, and then cleaning my toilet? Yichang's face twitched, and he restrained his smile. He glanced at Fengling and said nothing. He was very afraid of Fengling, who had made him suffer a lot. However, Yichang sneered in his heart. In a few days, when he reached the third level, he would let Fengling, this woman, know that all the losses he had suffered in the past would be paid back double on that day, and the same goes for this kid. Yichang stared at Yanqing and said, what a sharp-tongued unpleasant kid. I wonder if you can still say such words in front of me when you reach the third level. Then we will see the result. Yanqing said word by word with the same momentum. Then I'll wait. Haha. I'm looking forward to it. Yanqing. Yichang threw a meaningful word and turned away. The crowd around them also understood at this time that this was a dispute between the Yi family of Sheng Star and the Yang family of Tao and Star. Worthies to the people that Yizong had announced to kill before. After many family members explored the realms of Yanqing and Yangze, they all shook their heads. The strength of the Yang family was too far behind that of the Yi family. They were very pessimistic about Yanqing and Yangze. Yangze looked at Yanqing for a few times and said in surprise, you are quite good at talking. It's really satisfying to be able to make Yizong lose face. Yanqing sighed and said, it's satisfying, but it will make Yizong hate our Yang family even more. Well, it doesn't matter. Anyway, we are still hostile. But we have to be careful in the next few days. Yizong is very thoughtful. Although he said that he would decide the outcome at the third level if he uses a dirty trick and makes us fall in the first 2 levels, the third level will become a joke. Don't worry, I'm here. Yizong won't dare to use a dirty trick. Fengling walked over and patted his chest. You? Yanqing was puzzled. Well, that's me. As long as he stays with me, I will see through any tricks Yichang uses. Humph. Your Yang family doesn't like to develop power on other planets. Your villa is not safe, so it would be better for you to move to Feng's house. Fengling said seriously. Yangze thought for a while and said, this is a good idea. At the same time, Yanqing and you can have a good exchange. What do you think, Yanqing? Yanqing looked at the serious Yangze and smiled bitterly. What else can I do? For the sake of the family's plan, let's go. Then after the test, we will move to Feng's house. Yangze made the final decision. Chapter 14 Basic Test, First Update. As the top academy in this starfield, Xianfu is unfathomable and has many powerful and prominent inheritances. Because Xianfu only recruited 10 students each year in the past, many inheritances often could not find suitable successors and gradually became little known and silent in history. However, because 1,000 new students will be enrolled this time, these inheritances will shine again and become famous. From this aspect, Xianfu's expansion is also a very correct choice. On the way to the test site of Xianfu, Yanqing can see all kinds of mechas, starbeam cannons and other technological products, as well as sandbags, boulders, stakes and other cultivation consumables. There are dense forests, lush greenery, small bridges and flowing water, poetic and picturesque here, and there are also tall buildings, steel, interlaced routes, and starships. In this great place of Fu, these two systems have become harmonious and unified. 10 minutes later, Yanqing and his team finally arrived at the place for the test. There were rows of practice rooms here. Fengling separated from Yanqing at this place. Her test site was not here. The test site is divided according to the east, south, west, and north of the Centaurus starfield. Fenghe star is located in the north of the Centaurus starfield, and is naturally far away from Taoan star in the east of the Centaurus starfield. Fengling waved her hands vigorously, and smiled at Yanqing. Hey, after the test, let's meet at the gate of Fu. Yanqing nodded helplessly and responded. Yanqing and Yangs entered the corresponding training room. Each training room was very spacious, enough to accommodate hundreds of people. Yanqing stepped hard on the floor, made of unknown material, and felt that it was very solid. Yangze looked at the hundreds of helmets in the training room and said, "It looks like a virtual test. Fu has even innovated traditional tests. This is also to process test results faster, and to prevent cheating and the like." Yanqing said, "Virtual devices can be regarded as the most influential invention 3,000 years ago. Whether in entertainment or office, they have set off a frenzy, but humans almost destroyed themselves because of this. Many people cannot distinguish between virtual and reality, and are addicted to virtuality. Therefore, over the past 3,000 years, humans have formulated many laws and policies to limit the entertainment functions of virtual devices and enhance the functions of office learning. Virtual devices are often used for exams." The two young men who presided over this test looked like students of Fu. Although they were students, Yanqing still did not underestimate them. In the past, Fu selected 10 people from tens of thousands of people, and each of them was a genius among geniuses. Yanqing felt the same strong pressure from those two people as Yangsu. The basic test is very simple, just answering questions, just like the college entrance examination in the old days, testing the degree of personal understanding of martial arts. Although it is simple, it is very difficult to answer well. Many questions come from life. They are not rigid questions. There is no fixed answer. You must write down your personal opinions. Answers with outdated ideas, no new ideas, and no self-thought answers will not be recognized by Fu. Only those answers with certain new ideas that can make the examiners nod slightly are recognized by Fu. Two young men were invigilating. Yanqing entered the examination room and put on a virtual helmet. In the virtual space, everyone can answer questions through thinking, and everyone stays in a space alone and will not be affected by others. Yanqing's virtualized spirit sat in an examination room, and a pen and draft paper appeared in his hands. There was also a countdown alarm clock on the table, and Yanqing quietly waited for the exam to come. He was full of confidence. In terms of martial arts knowledge, he was trapped in the postnatal realm for 3 years. Few people could match him. After seeing everyone put on helmets and get ready, the two students of Fu sent a message. With the sound of an exam bell, a test paper appeared in front of Yanqing, which was densely packed. Yanqing looked at it intently, and questions appeared in front of him. What are the 5 realms of martial arts? What are people in the last 3 realms called? Yanqing answered without hesitation. The 5 realms are Xianshan, transcendence, immortality, sagehood, and emperorhood. People in the last 3 realms are called immortals, saints, and human emperors. Please give the characteristics of the 5 realms. In the Xianshan realm, the human body returns to the Xianshan. The meridians throughout the body are connected. The internal force is endless, and the external energy can be used to attack. In the Transcendence realm, the human body absorbs the cosmic energy, transforms and evolves, and the lifespan exceeds the human limit. In the Immortal realm, the primordial energy is refined into Yuan Gang, and the power of carrying mountains and mountains can be achieved with every move, and one can survive in space. In the Sagehood realm, the human body can cross the void, and the maximum speed can reach the speed of light, which can penetrate the planet. In the Emperorhood realm, the human emperor can break the void at will, instantly cross tens of thousands of light years, and come to the other side of the galaxy. Yanqing quickly answered all these simple questions. Then he entered the objective questions. Please explain the limitations of the human body, and give a way to break through the limitations of the human body. Yanqing thought about it for a moment. This question was very important and must be innovative. He wrote, the human body has limitations to avoid damage to the body. Therefore, humans often cannot exert the ultimate strength of the human body. However, with the maximum exercise every day, adjusting the rest and time, the muscles of the body slowly change to a state suitable for exerting the body's strength. Every day, use all your strength to punch. This limitation will continue to break until the limit of the human body is reached, and each punch can exert the strongest force of the whole body. Yanqing's brows were sometimes furrowed, and sometimes relaxed. He answered the questions one by one slowly. Although there were many imperfections in it, compared with others, Yanqing's answers were already very good. The latter part of the answer was actually a competition of mental strength. Many people overthink and consume mental strength quickly. They couldn't hold on before the end of the exam and left the examination room 30 to 10 after the exam. The test paper in his hand disappeared immediately, and his mind also left this virtual space. Yanqing slowly stood up. It was already noon. After answering questions for 4 hours, even though Yanqing had initially awakened his sixth sense and had strong mental power, he was still a little exhausted. Yang Ze, who was sitting next to him, rubbed his temples and said tiredly, these questions are really difficult to answer. They also consume a lot of mental power. But, fortunately, there is no problem. Yanqing, how are you? Well, no problem at all. If I could have a little more time, it would be even better. Yanqing and Yang Ze walked out of the examination room and came to the gate of Xianfu. Fengling was already waiting for them there. Compared with Yanqing and Yang Ze, Fengling was in high spirits at this time. After breaking through to the transcendent realm, her mental power increased greatly. This exam was not a problem for her at all. She smiled and said, since you have finished the exam, move all your things here. I will ask the Feng family to help you. You are not coming with us? Yanqing felt that he had said something wrong as soon as he said it. Before the exam, Fengling said that she would stay with them, but she didn't expect to change her mind now, so he had such a question, but it would be better for Yang Ze to say it. He was just making himself uncomfortable by saying this. Oh, Yanqing, can't you leave me? This won't work. You've grown up. We can't sleep in the same bed at night anymore. Fengling preached to Yanqing earnestly. Fengling's words attracted the sidelong glances of many passers-by. Yanqing was speechless. He once again felt the deep malice from Fengling's admirers on the roadside. Fengling's imagination had gone through the roof. He actually asked such an idiotic question. Then we'll go by ourselves. Fengling, be careful on the road. Yang Ze said. Yeah, you too. Don't take the side roads. It's dark, but it's scary. Fengling pretended to be afraid. Yanqing nodded. He understood what Fengling meant. She was afraid that the Yi family would ambush in a remote place that was not monitored by the college city. To go to the Feng family, you can't take the short route. You have to go to the place with the most people. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 15, The Feng and Yang Families. Second update. Yanqing and Yang's returned to the Yang family's villa, and the Feng family had already been waiting there. Yang's and Yanqing didn't have much to take. They just asked the Feng family to move all the paper materials that the Yang family had recorded in the past. For the people of the Yi family, these materials are still of great reference value, so they can't stay here. They must be moved to the Feng family. Yanqing carried the bronze holy clothes box on his back, which was his most important thing. It was also his biggest killer. With the holy clothes, he could fight against the innate six-fold strongman. Yang's never had anything important. He just packed his luggage. The two people walked in crowded places. Even if Yi Chang wanted to take action, he had no chance. No matter how powerful Yi Chang was, he didn't dare to challenge the authority of Xianfu. An hour later, Yanqing and Yang arrived at the Feng family smoothly, moved the things in. It stands to reason that the Feng and Yang families have formed an alliance, and they should be welcomed by the Feng family. But no one came to visit them. Yang Ze was very surprised and annoyed. Did the Feng family not know etiquette? Their Yang family was also a well-known force in this starfield. It was really unreasonable that no one from the Feng family came. Yanqing smiled awkwardly and explained the situation to Yang Ze. When he was breaking through the level, he beat the Feng family badly. So the people of the Feng family were very hostile to him and did not come to visit. Yang Ze understood and said in surprise, "So that's how you met Feng Ling that day?" Hey, I didn't meet her, okay? It's just that her idea is weird and she wants to tease me. Yanqing protested. To be honest, I really didn't expect you to be able to defeat 4 iron slashing beasts equivalent to the 6th level of an 8. Yanqing, you are making great progress. Yang Ze sighed. Fortunately, if I didn't have this thing, I would have been torn to pieces by those iron slashing beasts. Yanqing pointed to the bronze holy cloth box on his back. Well, when I saw your armor turned into a beam of light and returned to the bronze box, I was very curious. But I didn't ask further because of your concern. I really didn't expect that there was such a good thing in this box, which could actually improve people's strength so much. Yang Ze looked at the bronze holy cloth box and said with a sigh, "So, your ability to change your talent is also related to this box." Yang Ze has a strong ability to associate and instantly thought of Yanqing's counterattack that shocked everyone. Yeah, it took 3 years to get it. Aren't you envious? Yanqing smiled. He was not worried that Yang Ze would reveal this secret, nor was he worried that Yang Ze would be jealous. With his perception of the small universe, he could feel that Yang Ze's heart was very kind, and he was a very good person. I envy you very much, but if I'm like you for 3 years, I can't stand it. It's better for you to enjoy this thing. Everyone has their own fate, and this is not suitable for me. Yang Ze curled his lips and said, "Hey, you are quite open-minded. Of course, I'm Yang Ze, the first of the young generation of the Yang family. How can a little scum like you understand?" Yang Ze said proudly. There is a kind of confident demeanor. Yang Ze, you are shameless, so arrogant. I'm arrogant, so what? If you have the guts, come and hit me. As long as you don't wear that set of armor, I can beat you with one hand. You should know that external objects are also part of strength. After wearing them, I can kill you with one finger. What a big tone. Do you know that there are cows flying in the sky, and they are all blown up by you? Feng Ling sat on the rooftop of the Feng family courtyard, listening to the quarrels between Yanqing and Yang Ze, and couldn't help but smile, with a look of nostalgia in his eyes. He said faintly, "What a warm conversation. The internal harmony of the Yang family is so unexpected. Compared with this, the Feng family is at this point." Feng Ling stopped talking and didn't continue, just sighed slightly. Feng Ling moved and disappeared from the rooftop in a blink of an eye. Yanqing and Yang Ze stayed at Feng's house for 3 whole days. During these 3 days, apart from quarreling and making noises, they also repaired their relationship with the people of Feng's family. Many Feng's children would come to Yanqing and Yang Ze's yard in the evening, after finishing their training, and drink a few glasses of wine and chat. Feng Chen also came. This arrogant and bloodthirsty guy admired Yanqing's willpower very much, but he still refused to admit defeat, shouting that Yanqing could never compare with him in other aspects, and he would definitely make Yanqing cry. Yanqing was disdainful of this. How dare a guy who fell down after 3 cups of wine say such a thing? Previously, in a drinking contest, Yanqing completely defeated Feng Chen. During these 3 days, Yanqing was very confused. Feng Ling did not come to see him. He also asked the old housekeeper where Feng Ling was. The old housekeeper just said that he had something to do and did not know the whereabouts of Feng Ling. It was not until the morning of the 4th day that Yanqing saw Feng Ling on his bed. Of course, Feng Ling was well dressed and hadn't done anything evil. "Hey, were you scared? You're not easily scared." Feng Ling covered her mouth and laughed. "Hey, anyone who opens his eyes early in the morning and sees someone looking at him in his bed will fall off the bed. Are you kidding me?" Yanqing said angrily. She hadn't come for the past 3 days, which made him nervous. He finally put his mind at ease yesterday and slept soundly, but he was scared again this morning. "Don't be so stingy, Yanqing. I just want to tease you. Look at this." Feng Ling shook the paper in her hand and handed it to Yanqing. "This is the results of the first exam. Are they out?" Yanqing looked at the contents on the paper and couldn't take his eyes away. Well, by the way, Yanqing, your score is 135th, and mine is 5th, a difference of 130 places. Yanqing raised his head and said distressedly, Miss Fengling, when I'm looking forward to finding my own score and enjoying the process, please don't ruin it, okay? And please don't compare your score with mine, I will feel inferior. Oh, by the way, what about Yang's? I didn't look at Yang's. Because he has nothing to do with me. I can't get the inner pleasure. Fengling said seriously. Am I related to you? Yanqing almost couldn't hold back the urge to overturn the table in his heart. He took a few breaths and calmed down. Yanqing searched slowly and finally found Yang's name in the 567th place. Well, not bad. Yanqing's heart was relieved. There was no problem in the first game. The next is the talent ranking of the second game. Welcome all book friends to read. The latest, fastest, and hottest serialized works are all here. Chapter 16 Talent Ranking, third update, added. After seeing his results, Yang's seemed very calm. This ranking was similar to what he thought. Although it was not high, it was enough. In fact, Yang's results could be said to be very good, ranking 567th out of 34,000 people. The first basic test eliminated more than 28,000 people, and only the top 5,000 people could enter the second talent ranking. The second talent ranking will eliminate 2,000 people, and finally 3,000 people will enter the third field survival. After the 3 games, the top 1,000 will enter Xianfu, based on the comprehensive results. This is the rule of Xianfu entrance test. It can be said that this is a fierce competition and a war without gunpowder. Entering Xianfu will represent the continuation or rebirth of a glorious force. Once someone is eliminated, the force behind him will also fall and disappear from the starfield. So far, all the efforts made by Yanqing and Yang's have been to enter Xianfu. They must fight to break the obstruction of the Yi family and solve the crisis of the destruction of the Yang family. The second talent ranking began. The 2 Xianfu students who supervised the previous exam were still in charge of the test. They held a measuring instrument and stood in the center of the training room. One person flipped through the list and read the name of the candidate, while the other person tested the candidate. The talent ranking was similar to the talent test of the Yang family. One difference was that the Xianfu measuring instrument was specially strengthened and only measured A-level talents. Therefore, in order to rank everyone's talents more intuitively, the Xianfu measuring instrument used numerical values to divide talents. The value of the measuring instrument ranged from 1 to 1000. The lowest one was the standard for just reaching the A-level talent, and the upper limit of 1000 was the limit of the A-level talent. If it was an S-level talent, the measuring instrument would pop up the words the value is too large and cannot be displayed. If it was below the A-level talent, the measuring instrument would display the words ignore. The names of the candidates were constantly called out, and after the measurement, most people were very gloomy. Many A-level talents were the top talents on the outside planets, but they were very mediocre in Xianfu, a gathering place for geniuses and evildoers. Their talent values were only in the double digits. Jifeng here. A young man in a t-shirt came out and ran his hand over the small needle of the measuring instrument, and the measuring instrument lit up. Talent 120. The electronic synthesized sound of the measuring instrument said. It caused a burst of exclamations. This was the first reference to break through 3 digits since the test. Jifeng was very proud. The previous 40 or 50 people were only hovering around 50 or 60, and only he reached 3 digits. However, before Jifeng could be proud for long, a more amazing voice came. This was a man in blue. His test result was 569, completely surpassing Jifeng and temporarily taking the first place in this area. Starting from this man, the competition gradually became white hot. Talent 756, talent 457, talent 827. The first place was refreshed again and again. Yang Zhen also stepped forward to test, and the final result was 743, which was a very good value. Yanqing, the student holding the roster, finally read out Yanqing's name here. Yanqing walked forward and ran his finger over the small needle. The light of the measuring instrument flashed violently. The participants looked at the light and knew that Yanqing's talent was very outstanding, which aroused the envy and jealousy of many people. The value is too large to be displayed. As soon as this voice sounded, there was a sudden silence around, followed by a tsunami of exclamations. S-level talent? It can be said to be the highest level of talent. In the past, the 10 students admitted by Fu every year were all S-level talents. If you reach S-level talent, you will be valued by Fu. The 2 students were startled, looked at Yanqing, smiled and said, "Not bad talent, but it's a pity that your strength is a bit low. If you can enter Fu, come and have a drink with us. We are very optimistic about you." The people around were even more jealous. Yanqing's luck was really good. He could actually get the attention of these 2 people. You know, once these 2 people leave Fu, they will be the hottest figures in the entire starfield. "Thank you, seniors. It's Milner. May I ask your names?" Yanqing was very surprised. After entering Fu, if they have the support of the 2 seniors, Yi-chan would have to think carefully before taking action against them. "You don't have to call us seniors. Just call us seniors. I'm Sitaguan and this is Zuking," the man holding the roster said. He looked at Yanqing with a kind look. "There are also forces in Fu. Especially this year, many people are recruited. There will be huge changes in the mansion. Such a genius is very needed by their forces now. When I enter Fu, I will definitely go to the 2 seniors for a drink," Yanqing said respectfully. Although he was unwilling to face others in this manner, it was a helpless move. Living under someone else's roof, you must bow your head. If one day, you can break through to the level of immortal transformation and become an immortal, maybe you can get out and be self-reliant. The test continued. Although there were occasional high values, such as talent 902, none of them exceeded Yanqing. In the end, Yanqing ranked first in the test in this area. After the test, the results came out in less than a minute. This time, all the data was simply counted and sorted. The lowest talent value of the first 3,000 people was 103. All the 2,000 people with this talent value were eliminated. Some people collapsed, and their families were about to be destroyed. Some people were very angry and cursed at Fu. Of course, such people often spoke for less than a few seconds before the law enforcers of Fu arrested them and made them spend their lives in prison. Yang Ze was in the 421st place, and Yanqing tied for first place with the other 8 S-level talents, which attracted the attention of many people. It is estimated that tonight, all the detailed information of Yanqing will be placed on the tables of various families, and known to countless people. Fengling, Lei Bei, Janus, Yi Chang, Yi Se, Feng Wang, Dong Fang Wu, Ai Zhang. Yang Ze silently recited the names of the other 8 people. Most of these 8 people were his acquaintances. What he didn't expect was that 2 people in the Yi family had S-level talents. The information collected by their Yang family was wrong. In the Yang family's information, Yi Se was originally a newly promoted A-level talent. I didn't expect that the Yi family actually had a hidden trick, which was not revealed until now. With 2 S-level talents, the Yi family is afraid that they will be in the sight of the Fu Ha level. Yanqing and Yang Ze suddenly felt a great pressure. The stronger the Yi family is, the weaker the Yang family will be. If the 2 of them fail to enter Fu, their Yang family must give up the family foundation and leave the Centaur starfield as soon as possible. Back to the Feng family, Yanqing and Yang Ze silently prepared the things needed for survival in the wild. After the talent ranking is over today, the third world survival will be held tomorrow. 3,000 people will cross the snow-covered mountains, the dangerous jungles, and the grasslands, where wild beasts are rampant, walking 10,000 kilometers to reach the end set by Fu. During this period, no one will care about your life or death, and no one will know if you are attacked by others. This is a contest of physical strength and intelligence. The first 2 tests are just a prelude. The real battle will start tomorrow. Chapter 17 Ares teleportation spell. Tonight, the wind was a little chilly, blowing Yang Ze's belt and ruffling Yanqing's long hair. A heavy atmosphere surrounded the 2 people, and everything in the yard seemed to become lonely. How are the preparations? Have you talked to Fengling? Well, no problem. Fengling has also informed us. Tomorrow, we can set off directly with the holy clothes on our backs. What about you? What do the other two say? Janice and Leibo are willing to team up with me, but they want to bring 2 people. Is this okay? Who knows? Although there is an exchange of interests, it is at most just a move. It is unrealistic to want them to fight to the death. Everything can only be left to fate. Yang Ze said silently. Leave it to fate. Yanqing clenched his fists and opened them again. He hated these 4 words the most, but he did not have enough strength to crush them. Do you want to notify the family? Yanqing closed his eyes and said slowly. I don't think it's necessary. If we can't come back, the head of the family knows what to do. Yang Ze said calmly. That's true. Yanqing sighed and ended the conversation. The night was like water, and the stars in the sky were blocked by dark clouds and lost their brilliance. The wind outside suddenly became stronger, blowing off many leaves from a tree in the courtyard, and yellow leaves fell one by one. Yanqing reached out and caught one of the broken leaves. He stared at the veins and dry yellow leaves of the broken leaves in a trance, and suddenly felt a little gloomy in his heart. His vague foresight made him a little uneasy, as if a large shadow was coming. Yanqing's mind slowly sank into the sea of consciousness, and a system hole floated leisurely. This system was not quite the same as the system in the online novels he read. There were no mission requirements, nor any threats hanging over his head. It just guided him on the path of the Saint Seiya. When Yanqing was in trouble, it did not help him. It seemed that it wanted Yanqing to become stronger and not rely on it more. But today Yanqing really felt a sense of fear, and he wanted to ask the system for help to overcome this difficulty. System, is there any way to allow people to cross hundreds of miles in an instant? Yanqing entered the hall and asked. Host, there is no way to allow people to cross hundreds of kilometers in an instant. The system's words made Yanqing's hope gray, but there is something that can allow people to cross dozens of kilometers in an instant. Yanqing was excited. Crossing dozens of kilometers in an instant was enough. He said, what is that thing? What can I use now to exchange for it? The system said, it is a teleportation spell, made by the Ares Gold Saint with spatial ability. If the host wants to get it, he must accept the inheritance of Ares. After accepting the inheritance, the system will reward the host with 2 teleportation spells. However, with the current host's microcosm, it cannot meet the requirements. Is there no other way? System, you should know what kind of dilemma I'm facing. If I die, the inheritance of the Saint Seiya will be cut off. Yanqing's hope was shattered by the system again, but he still did not give up persuading the system. The system was very silent, as if it was doing a fierce psychological struggle. Until Yanqing was about to despair, the system said, you can give the host a reward first, but the host must reach the 7th sense within 3 years, and accept the inheritance of Ares. Okay, I agree. Yanqing was ecstatic. Although he knew that the 7th sense was very difficult to achieve, and he might not be able to achieve it in his lifetime, he had to accept it in order to overcome the difficulties in front of him. 2 white talismans slowly condensed in the air and fell into Yanqing's hands. Yanqing could feel the powerful microcosmic power contained in the talismans, which was as vast and deep as the sea. Yanqing looked at the 2 talismans, and the shadow in his heart finally subsided a lot, and he felt relieved. With this, the chance of survival in the wild will increase a lot. In the Feng family's training room, Feng Ling sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, and the wind around him kept spinning, setting off countless small whirlwinds. Just practicing can affect the changes in the external airflow. Feng Ling is worthy of being one of the strongest geniuses. Everything is ready, just waiting for tomorrow. In the Yi family villa in Yanqing, Yi Zhang was meeting with 5 geniuses in the transcendent realm. Dong Fangwu, Ai Zhang, Yu Fei, Leibo, and Janice sat opposite Yi Zhang. Some of them sneered, some were indifferent, and some were arrogant. Yi Zhang picked up a glass of red wine very elegantly, took a sip and said, everyone has gathered for the Yang family. I have told you that, as long as the 2 boys of the Yang family can be killed, the Yang family will not be able to enter Xianfu, and will be banned. In this way, the allies of the Yang family will not help. At that time, our families can divide the Yang family. We planned very well, very perfectly. The Yang family has no way to deal with us. However, there is a small problem now. People from the Feng family seem to be involved. Feng family, is it that woman Feng Ling? Lei Bo's eyes flashed with fear. How did the Feng family get involved? Dong Fangwu asked indifferently. He is the heir of the Dongfang family. He did not want to participate in this event, but the family asked him to come. Well, I used a little trick to try whether the Feng family could be pulled over by the Yang family. Unexpectedly, the Feng family was really persuaded by the Yang family. Yi Zhang smiled. Yi Zhang, aren't you increasing the difficulty of our hunting? You know how difficult that woman is. AI Zhang roared. He had been defeated by Feng Ling in the past, leaving a shadow. AI Zhang, you can't blame Yi Zhang. On the contrary, you should thank him. This is a great opportunity. Not only can you swallow up the Feng and Yang families in one fell swoop, but you can also get rid of the person you hate the most. Isn't this great? Janice said. He is a merchant family with the greatest interests. Being able to digest the Feng and Yang families makes him very excited. AI Zhang, this is the best opportunity to let Feng Ling, that woman, fall into our hands. The two of them have to go separately. Yang Ze will be killed by Janice and Lei Bo at the beginning. At that time, we will go to hunt Feng Ling together. No matter how strong Feng Ling is, she is not a match for the six of us. Yu Fei's eyes were full of desire. Compared with the wealth of the Feng and Yang families, he was more interested in Feng Ling herself. Okay, you are right. AI Zhang thought about it for a while and was convinced. Yi Zhang smiled and looked at the five people. Although they were all on guard, under the common interests, this move would definitely have a very ideal result. Feng family, Yang family, I'm looking forward to tomorrow. Yi Zhang sneered in his heart. Everything is ready here, and we are also looking forward to tomorrow. Chapter 18. We'll be back soon. After a night, the third wilderness survival came as scheduled. Yanqing and Yangs got up early in the morning and counted all the things used in the wilderness, such as lighters, tents, etc. Very good, nothing is missing. Yangs was in high spirits today, and the heaviness of yesterday seemed to disappear all of a sudden. Yanqing packed up the bronze holy clothes box with a large bag and carried all kinds of daily necessities on his back. Hey, Yangs, you have very few things. I'm jealous. How about you share some of them with me before we arrive at the wilderness survival place? Don't dream, Yanqing. This is what you asked for. If it weren't for this bronze box, you should have less things than me. Yangs pointed out the point. Well, I won't bother with a stingy person like you. And this is for you. Yanqing said. He took out a teleportation spell from his pocket and handed it to Yangs. What is this? It seems to be a talisman. Yangs took it and twisted the spell curiously. Hey, don't break it. This is a very precious thing. Yanqing snatched it and said distressedly. What's the use of this? Is it a lucky charm? Forget it. I don't need this kind of deceptive thing. Yang Ze was about to refuse. He didn't know what this was. I say, this is not a lucky charm. This is a teleportation charm. When you encounter danger, you can move to a place dozens of kilometers away in an instant. This is a very important thing. Is it true? Yang Ze was very surprised, and his eyes widened. He had never heard of such a magical charm in the galaxy. Even if the human emperor could break the void and cross thousands of light years in an instant, he couldn't make such a thing. Of course it's true. You just need to know that this charm comes from the same place as the bronze box. I only exchanged my life for two of them. You should be satisfied. Yanqing said unhappily and handed it over again. I see. I will use it in the right place. Yang Ze was very serious. If it was really as Yanqing said, this charm would definitely be a life-saving weapon. Yanqing and Yangs were about to set off when suddenly, the communicator on Yang's waist rang. Yangs took out the communicator and swiped his finger, and a file immediately appeared. Yangs originally thought it was a file sent by Janice or Apu. After looking at the address, Yangs was surprised to find that it was from Teo and Star, which means it was a message from the family. Yangs clicked on the file and a video appeared in front of him. Yanqing came over and looked at the video on the communicator and said excitedly, Uncle Yang, they sent a message? Well, let's see what's in this video. Yangs clicked on the video and the video began to play. The first person to appear on the screen was Yang Su. Unlike his usual indifferent look, Yang Su had a smile on his face at this time and seemed very happy. As the screen moved, the two found that the elders of the family were also standing next to Yangsu one by one. Each of them had a smile on their faces, and even the third elder, who didn't like to smile the most, pulled the corners of his mouth. Yangsu smiled and said, "King Zena, we have seen your efforts. It is really great to have come this far. We are proud of you. You are the best people in our Yang family. The last survival in the world is the most difficult level. I know that with your personalities, you will not give up, but will move forward. This is the greatest advantage and the greatest disadvantage of both of you. Zeta, you must be cautious. Although you are usually very calm, you are sometimes very old-fashioned, because you pay too much attention to the family. You must be flexible at all times when surviving in the wild, and don't rely too much on others. Kinga, I have nothing to say to you. In various aspects, you are excellent, but you often take friendship too seriously. Sometimes giving up may be better. You are relatively weak, so be careful." Yanqing and Yangs couldn't help but nodded. Although it was just a video, they really seemed to be talking to Yangsu. At this time, the scene changed, and the elders cleared their throats and told Yanqing and Yangs about the precautions. Yangs and Yanqing listened carefully. Although they knew these precautions, they still wanted to hear the elder's story again. The seventh elder's beard trembled, and he said, "Yanqing, I used to think that you were a freeloader in the Yang family, and I didn't like you. However, now my mind has changed. 3 years of hard work is a blessing, rather than a curse. As long as you can come back safely this time, I believe you will be able to soar to the sky and shock the entire galaxy." Yanqing smiled. The words of the seventh elder made him feel warm in his heart. He was also recognized by the people of the Yang family. The scene turned again, and faces appeared in front of Yanqing and Yangze, old and young, male and female. They saw many members of the Yang family, including Yang Zion, who was practicing hard, Yang Ping, who became an ordinary person and worked hard, children who just learned to speak, and trembling old people who could hardly move. There was hope on the faces of these people, and they were filled with smiles. Yanqing and Yang's eyes were moist, and the smile seemed to have passed through thousands of light years and entered the softest depths of their hearts. This is a tribe composed of countless families. Only with a tribe can there be a family, and only with a family can a tribe be gathered. Behind them is the hope of a tribe. They are the last guardians, and the countless hopeful eyes behind them are the powerful driving force that urges them to keep moving forward. Even if they are crippled and only have one finger left, they must drag their bodies forward. In any case, they can't lose. In any case, they must win. Yanqing and Yangs looked at each other and saw the determination in each other's eyes. They wrote a message stroke by stroke and sent it to the other side of the distant galaxy. After sending the message, they carried everything on their backs and set off. Just like when they left Tao and Star that day, they always moved forward and never retreated. If a family wants to prosper and continue, it must not only be united, but also have people who are willing to fight for the family and stand up when the family is in crisis. If a family only knows how to intrigue and has no guardians, then this family will not survive for long. 2 hours later, at the Yang family on Tao and Star, Yangsu's communicator received this message. Yangsu opened it and laughed. The message only had 7 words, which read, "We will be back soon." Chapter 19. Wild Survival begins. The third outdoor survival game is very cruel, so many people will increase their chances of survival by forming teams and quickly reach the location specified by Qianfu. According to the previous arrangement, Yanqing and Fengling formed a team and went around a big circle from the east route to reach the end point in the south. Yangs, Janus, and Li Bei formed a team and went to the end point from the west route. The two teams went in different directions. No matter which one Li Chan chased, he would have to give up the other. In this way, even if only one person could enter Qianfu, the Yang family would be recognized by Qianfu and the crisis would be resolved. Arriving at the starting point, looking at the road that seemed to have no end, Yanqing and Yangs raised their fists and bumped them heavily. "Can't die. Yeah, you too." Yanqing turned around silently and walked towards the place that Fengling sent the message. Yangs looked at Yanqing, who was walking away, and smiled. If there were no accidents, their separation might be a farewell forever. Fengling was repairing things at this time. Seeing Yanqing coming, he waved happily and asked him to come quickly. Yanqing quickened his pace helplessly and came to Fengling's side. "What's the matter? If there's nothing, can't I call you? We are going to be sleeping in the same bed soon, so we should increase our intimacy." Fengling tilted her head and said, "Hey, I said, when are we going to sleep in the same bed? It's just a few days of teaming together. Besides, you and I both have tents, so how can we sleep together?" Blue veins appeared on Yanqing's forehead, and the melancholy of parting just now disappeared instantly. "So that's the case. That's really a pity. How about throwing away my tent? In that case, there's no way to not sleep in the same bed." Yanqing looked at Fengling and sighed. He would stay with Fengling for more than half a month in the future. This trip really wasn't lonely at all. "Yanqing, do you feel better?" Fengling smiled. "What?" Yanqing was startled. "When you came here just now, you seemed a little sad. Are you still sad now? You can't be in this mood after you set off, otherwise you will die easily." Fengling became serious. Yanqing was shocked. Was this Fengling teaching him? It was indeed very reasonable. He clasped his fists and bowed deeply to express his gratitude to Fengling. However, before he could raise his head, Fengling laughed and said, "Yanqing, you really believe it? Even if I don't say it, you will adjust yourself. Well, I'm not wrong. Your brain is really screwed." Yanqing's face darkened. This Fengling. He wanted to get mad, but he gave up. After all, it is not good to immerse himself in that feeling. Soon, everyone arrived and gathered at the starting point. Unlike the previous two times, this time it was no longer the students of Xianfu who hosted the test, but the instructors of Xianfu. This was a somewhat wretched middle-aged man. He stood on the high platform with an arrogant look on his face, which made the geniuses below feel a little unhappy for no reason. The middle-aged man laughed and said, "Hey, rookies, you have finally gotten rid of the title of waste material by making it this far. However, if you want to be recognized by us in Xianfu, you must go through this third world survival. Only after being tempered with blood and fire in the wilderness can rookies become good birds." The middle-aged man's words were a bit vulgar, which made some girls below spit. If you want to become a good bird, try your best to reach the end. Don't die on the way. That's worthless. The middle-aged man glanced at the 3,000 people below and nodded with satisfaction. He thought his speech was still of a high standard. "Then, the third world survival begins now." The middle-aged man waved his hand. Everyone couldn't wait any longer. There were 3 or 5 people, raising clouds of dust and setting off in a mighty manner. Yanqing and Fengling were also among them. They walked slowly and steadily. This journey of more than 10,000 miles could not be completed by just a rush. Yangze, Janus and others were running in front, and soon they left the others far behind. They were one of the strongest teams among the 3,000. Yangze looked behind him, and Yizan fell to the back, and did not chase him eagerly. He did not intend to chase Yanqing, and walked slowly, as if he had forgotten his oath, to kill the 2 people of the Yang family. Yangze's heart calmed down a little. In the first 500 miles of survival in the wild, fighting was not allowed. As long as he could leave Yizan far behind in these 500 miles, the possibility of him escaping Yizan's pursuit would reach 70%. "Yangze, how is it? Is this speed suitable?" Janus asked with a smile. His expression was very kind. "Not enough. How can we get rid of Yizan with this speed? That kid is very scary. Just speed up a little bit. I don't want my reward to be in vain." Leibo said dissatisfiedly and increased the speed. "This guy, let's speed up too." Janus smiled and shook his head and increased the speed. Yangze gritted his teeth. The 2 men were moving very fast. He had to use all his strength to catch up. However, if he continued like this, his internal energy would soon be exhausted. No matter what, it would be better to get rid of Yizan first. The internal energy consumed could be restored during the rest. Yangze's speed also increased. At the moment, when Yangze increased his speed, he could not see that Janus and Leibo in front of him showed a sneer. After passing 500 miles, they would take advantage of the rest time to kill Yangze directly. Without internal energy, even if there were any forbidden moves or secret techniques, they could not be activated. Yizan looked at Yangze with a flash of his eyes. Before Janice and Lei both solved Yangtze, he had to keep an eye on Yanqing and Fengling. As long as the 6 of them joined hands, even Fengling would have to admit defeat. The 3,000 people slowly dispersed as they walked more and more. Yanqing and Fengling also increased their speed. They noticed Yizan following closely behind. Yanqing was a little tired. Although his microcosm could provide him with endless power, his body of the 3rd level of innateness was really a little bit overwhelmed, not to mention that he was carrying a heavy bronze holy robe box, and his speed gradually slowed down. Fengling frowned. Was Yanqing already in trouble at this time? She had overestimated him a little. It seemed that he could only hide for a while with the power of the wind. Fengling grabbed Yanqing's arm and whispered, "Hold me tight." Yanqing was stunned, and then immediately understood, and hugged Fengling's waist tightly. Fengling's body almost softened. Yanqing hugged too tightly, and one of his hands was not honest, and he actually placed it on her lower abdomen. "Humph, get out of Yizan's sight first, and then settle accounts with you, a little bitch." Fengling gritted her teeth, tapped her feet lightly, and a whirlwind immediately lifted her up, and lifted her into the air. Another fierce whirlwind rose up, and acted on her, causing her and Yanqing to move forward quickly. The 2 people flew forward, and rose higher at the same time. Almost in the blink of an eye, Fengling and Yanqing disappeared into the depths of the clouds. Yizan narrowed his eyes and murmured, "I underestimated this Fengling. But do you think you can escape my pursuit like this? You are too naive." Yizan took out a breath locator from a small bag, and located the position of Yanqing and the other person. He took a step forward, and crossed 100 meters in an instant. Step by step, as if shrinking the distance into an inch, he chased after Yanqing and Fengling relentlessly. Chapter 20 The Shadow of Restlessness. Still not getting rid of it. Is it the breath locator? The wind chime flying in the clouds frowned. The breath locator is a military product customized by the Galaxy Alliance. It is used in foreign wars, and is not widely circulated in the outside world. She didn't expect that Ji-chan would have such a rare thing, and now she was in trouble. Only by increasing the distance between her and Yizang, and getting out of the detection range of the breath locator, could she be unable to be tracked by Yizang. The wind chime threw a small green gourd from her sleeve. This was her mortal weapon. It could spit out life essence. It had healed Feng Chen before. This small gourd actually has another function. That is, it can travel in the wind, and serve as a means of transportation. The small gourd grew bigger in the wind, and in a few breaths it turned into a large gourd 1 meter wide and 2 meters long. The wind chime tiptoed lightly, and landed on the gourd. My Feng family is famous for its speed. My mortal weapon can help me reduce consumption by 60%. I want to see how long you can maintain this speed. The big gourd carried Feng chime, and Yanqing flying quickly, even faster than the previous wind chimes. Yizang's footwork, which is like shrinking to an inch, consumes a lot of energy. The Yi family is good at fighting, and in terms of speed, he is indeed no match for wind chime. Did you use mortal weapons? You really can't catch up. 3 hours later, Yizan looked at the wind chimes getting further and further away on the breath locator and thought deeply. Well, in that case, just catch up slowly first. I learned from Janice and Libo that the direction Yangtze chose was to go west to the end, so in order to prevent me from catching up with the people on the other side, the wind chime side must have gone east. Yizan followed the direction and walked forward leisurely. At this time, Yangtze on the other side of the wilderness could no longer hold on and was sweating profusely. He has run for 600 miles, and all the internal energy in his body has been basically used up. He didn't know why Liba and the others moved so quickly at first, leaving no internal energy for him. When Janice saw this, he winked at Liba. Liba nodded. It was time to take action. Lei Bei, Yangtze, let's rest for an hour first. Lei Shen and Ellie can't stand walking these roads. Janice said. The Jack and Ellie he was talking about were the people from his family, brought by him and Liba. The strength is innate 6th level. Okay, Yangtze nodded and stopped. He took out a bottle of water from the luggage area and took a few sips. Seeing that Liba and Janice expressions remained unchanged and their breaths were even, I felt a little emotional. If he could also be in the mortal realm, he wouldn't be so passive. Yangtze packed his things. The daily necessities in his luggage were a little scattered due to the run just now. Yang Ze raised his head and accidentally caught a glimpse of Lei Bei's junior, Lei Shen, looking at him with a mocking look, full of teasing. Yang Ze felt something was wrong and had a bad feeling, but before he could think about the meaning of this look, Lei Bei hugged his neck and said with a smile, "Yang Ze, we are getting rid of Yi Zhang. Why don't we get rid of you all? The Yang family's obsidian mine is traded over." Lei Bei, this is not the end yet. The agreement between us is jointly certified by both families. I will trade the mine to you, only if you escort me to the end. Otherwise, there is no need to discuss it. TCH, okay, let's talk about it at the end. Lei Bei said regretfully. It seemed that he had no way to get any more benefits before killing Yang Ze. When Yang Ze saw Lei Bei's performance, his uneasy feeling became stronger and stronger. He glanced at Lei Shen without revealing any trace and found that Lei Shen looked at him as if he were looking at a dead person. Could it be a trap? At this moment, Yang Ze suddenly remembered Yang Su's words. "Ze, you have to be careful. Although you are usually calm, but because you pay too much attention to your family, you are sometimes very rigid. To survive in the wild, you have to be adaptable at any time, and don't rely too much on others." Damn, what if Johnny and Lei Bei were Yi Chang? People around me, no wonder I walked so fast from the beginning. Did he want to consume my physical strength and internal strength so that he could make a move? Lieber is greedy for money and wants to ask for another obsidian mine before he attacks me. He wants to get from me. Take advantage of the last bit in your hands. Not only that, if Johnny and Lei Bei come to kill me, then Yi Zhang and the others will directly go after Yanqing and kill me. If these two people gather together again, at that time, Yi Zhang and he will have 6 mortal realm masters. It will be easy to deal with Feng Ling and Yanqing. Not only was I in danger, Yanqing was in danger, and even the wind chimes were in danger. As an outstanding family successor, Yang Ze caught a trace and pulled out the entire frame. The more he analyzed it, the chillier he became. Once they did not escape, the Yang family, no, and the Feng family would all facing the crisis of destruction. No, I have to escape and pass the news to Yanqing and the others. Yang Ze's heart was filled with ups and downs, but the expression on his face remained unchanged. He couldn't be seen by Janice and the others. Yang Ze touched the talisman on his chest and calmed down a little. With this, he could escape, but this talisman could only be used at the last moment, and now was not the right time. He had to improvise and try to escape. Yang Ze said, "Why don't we just eat here? If I'm not mistaken, Yi Zhang should be following Yanqing and the others. We don't need to worry here. We can have a good rest first and move forward when we are full of energy." "Well, that makes sense. It's time to eat," Lieber said thoughtfully. When Yang Ze said this, he was indeed a little hungry. After all, running for 600 miles had consumed a lot of energy. Yang Ze smiled and said, "I'm quite good at cooking, and I can also identify ingredients. With me here, everyone will eat well along the way." Johnny took a deep look at Yang Ze, who was acting very normal. There was some suspicion in his heart that Yang Ze seemed to be aware of their conspiracy. He picked a piece of grass from the side of the tree and asked with a smile, "Yang Ze, can you tell whether the ingredients are real or fake? What is the name of this plant?" In fact, G-Nice didn't know. He wanted to see Yang Ze's reaction. Yang Ze came over, reached out to take the grass, sniffed it, looked at the rhizome, and said, "If I thought correctly, this should be horse bamboo grass. The whole plant is hairless, the stems are purple red, and the leaves are red. They grow alternately, spread on the ground, and have keel-shaped protrusions on their backs. They have medicinal value." Yang Ze understood that this was a test, so he could only make nonsense, hoping that Janice wouldn't notice. Janice pondered for a while. Outside in the wilderness, although he could rely on the communicator to communicate, he could not check the internet. He didn't know whether what Yang Ze said was wrong or right. He just felt that Yang Ze was acting normally. Maybe he was paranoid. "Okay, then let's go pick up firewood. Yang Ze, go look for the ingredients. Don't go too far." Yang Ze breathed a sigh of relief and finally deceived Johnny, giving him a chance to escape. "But it's a pity that I can't bring my luggage with me." Lei Bei and Lei Shen were chatting. Ellie, the little girl from the feral family, followed Janice to collect dry firewood. Yang Ze walked into the woods silently, with no one following him. He walked very slowly, looking around the trees from time to time, and caught 2 fish in a small river. He had dealt with Johnny before. Johnny, who came from a businessman family, was shrewd and suspicious, and there would definitely be another time without leaving a trace. Probes that would not be detected by him. After about 10 minutes, Yang Ze felt a sense of prying eyes slowly receding, and Janice gave up the investigation. The best chance to escape finally appears. Yang Ze walked faster and faster, and reached a mile away in about a minute. Yang Ze picked up the remaining inner strength in his body, and ran as fast, as if he didn't care about his life. Yang Ze ran more than 10 miles in about 10 minutes, and at this time, Janice and Liebe finally realized something was wrong. Chapter 21, Interception. Third update at 2 o'clock. Why hasn't Yang Ze come back yet? Liebe was a little impatient. He should be looking for food. Oh no, we've been fooled. Janice's face changed, and his transcendent realm cultivation was immediately revealed, and his mental power scanned the area within a mile. What, you mean he ran away? How could he find out about our plan? Liebe was obviously a little shocked. In his eyes, Yang Ze was just a grasshopper after autumn, and he could be crushed to death at any time. He didn't expect this to happen. He must have found him on the way. Yang Ze is meticulous, and probably saw something from the abnormality of our behavior. Janice's face was gloomy. Good Yang Ze, worthy of being the first person in the Yang family, but it's a pity that his internal energy has been exhausted. He didn't run too far, and we can catch up with him soon. Liebe's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Well, good, let's leave immediately. Ellie, Lei Kan, you two stay here, don't move. I'm afraid Yang Ze may come back to get the luggage, which contains many daily necessities. If he comes back, notify me immediately using the communicator. Janice ordered. Lei Kan and Ailey nodded in agreement, moved all the luggage together, and guarded the luggage. Liebe and Janice quickly looked for Yang Ze's traces. They were very fast, and found the traces of the cloth strips that were torn when Yang Ze was running wildly. Liebe was very impulsive and immediately chased after him, while Janice thought about it and walked around nearby. He felt that with Yang Ze's intelligence, these cloth strips should have been left intentionally. Yang Ze should still be staying nearby, and he must have those luggage. Yang Ze did not walk around nearby as Janice thought. He understood Janice's idea. It is actually very simple to deceive smart people, as long as they are not as smart as he thinks. Yang Ze ran all the way, and saw a hidden tree hole. He stopped and hid in it. Yang Ze panted heavily and said, it was a thrilling escape. Thanks to the words of the patriarch, otherwise I might be dead now. I must inform Yanqing immediately. He and Fengling are in great danger. Yang Ze turned on the communicator and dialed Yanqing's number, but no matter how many times Yang Ze tried, Yanqing could not get through, which made him very anxious. Did something go wrong with Yanqing? This is trouble. Although he escaped, it won't take long. Under the mental scan of the master of the transcendent realm, he will soon be discovered. Yang Ze sighed, and had to edit a short message, and send it to Yanqing. I hope Yanqing can see it. At this time, Yanqing was being beaten by Fengling, and his butt was kicked several times by Fengling. Yanqing gritted his teeth. Miss, didn't you just touch her lower abdomen accidentally? Is it necessary to do this? It is normal to touch it in a critical situation. When I'm stronger than you that day, I will definitely spank your butt hard. Fengling touched her belly and said, Yanqing, do you know that you can't touch a girl's belly casually? You are molesting her. What if you get pregnant? How could you get pregnant? Whose baby was born by touching her belly? Yanqing was speechless. Fengling's imagination was too big, but as long as Fengling said such words, she would not be angry. Yanqing patted the dust off his body and found that his communicator seemed to be vibrating. He opened it and was surprised to see that there were missed calls and messages from Yang Ze. Yanqing opened the message and looked solemn and worried after browsing it. The content of the message was Janice and Liebe are both Yizong's men. I have escaped. Don't call my communicator. Yizong has 5 transcendent realm to help him, and he learned my route from Janice. I believe he can definitely guess your route. You have to be careful and don't get caught, otherwise it will be very dangerous. What's wrong? What happened? Yanqing told Feng Ling about what Yang Ze found, and Feng Ling also became serious. The current situation is that, if you are with me, you will definitely be in danger. It is better for you to go first. With your speed, they can't catch up. Yanqing took a deep breath. He knew that, if he was alone, he might not be able to pass this level, but if he wanted to drag Feng Ling into the water, he couldn't do it. The current situation was too serious. Feng Ling stared at Yanqing, and Yanqing felt uneasy. Suddenly, Feng Ling punched Yanqing in the nose, and Yanqing almost cried. Are you stupid? Since I have established an alliance with your Yang family, I Feng Ling will not abandon you. Moreover, Yizang now has 5 transcendent realm masters to help him. I'm afraid that I can't escape by relying on mental power to search. At this point, we are about to sleep in the same bed, so we must fight side by side. Feng Ling said very seriously. Although I disagree with some of what you said, I agree with it as a whole. Since you want to be with me, don't regret it. Yanqing rubbed his nose and said, should we save Yang Ze now? I don't know. Although I want to save him, my reason tells me that there are more important things to do. Big things come first, small things come later. Since I have taken on the responsibility of revitalizing the family, I must put the family first. Yanqing clenched his fists. Thinking of Yang Su's words, he cleared the idea of saving Yang Ze from his mind. That's good. If you answer to save Yang Ze, I won't care about you, and we'll go straight on the road. Don't be too soft-hearted. Feng Ling taught Yanqing earnestly. So we have to change the route? Yanqing asked. Well, we have to change it. Just take the middle one and go straight. Although the road is a bit difficult, if Yizang catches up, it will probably take a long time. Feng Ling thought. The two rested for a while, and then set off again. Time was very tight, and they had to reach the destination as soon as possible. Yizang was moving forward. The communicator on his waist started to ring. It was from Janus. Did they solve the problem of Yang Ze so quickly? Yizang answered the call, and said with a smile, Janus, is it done? Oh no, Yizang, Yang Ze ran away. Janus said anxiously. His words made Yizang's good mood drop to the freezing point. What? Yang Ze ran away? What happened? Yizang held the communicator with great force, as if he wanted to crush it. Yizang was in a very bad mood. His plan was perfect, but he didn't expect that Yang Ze actually escaped. If Yang Ze reached the end, the Yi family would not be able to take action against the Yang family, because the Yang family was recognized and protected by Qianfu. Janus explained the specific situation to Yizang. They had been searching for more than an hour, but they didn't see Yang Ze. You to keep looking. Yang Ze has no food or water, so his movements are greatly restricted. As long as we look carefully, we will catch him soon. Then we won't go to your side? Just take care of that side. I'll handle this side. Yizang ended the call. He pondered for a while, and dialed 3 numbers in succession, calling AI Zhang, Dong Fangwu, and Yu Fei. AI Zhang, you go to guard the main road in the East Snow Mountain. Yes, it's the first one we discussed before. Tell me in time if you find any trace of Feng Ling. Dong Fangwu, you go to the valley intersection in the middle of the Snow Mountain. Yu Fei, you go to the west exit of this small jungle. Yizang's eyes flashed coldly. The 3 of them guarded the main road. Feng Ling, no matter where you pass, we can block you. You want to escape? That's impossible. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 22, Space Movement. The 3rd update is here. The total distance for survival in the wild is 10,000 miles. Except for the first 1,000 miles, which is a small jungle area. The next 9,000 miles are the 3 areas of snow-capped mountains, jungles, and prairie. Feng Ling took Yanqing and traveled 1,000 miles in just one day. They walked out of the southwest side of the small jungle and came to the vicinity of the snow-capped mountains. The snow-capped mountains are very dangerous, and there are storms raging. It is not suitable for flying. We can only climb over them step by step. Feng Ling put away the gourd. To Yanqing, I remember that the information said that this snow-capped mountain seems to be more than 1,600 miles long. It is really not an easy thing to climb over this mountain range. Yanqing looked at the towering snow-capped mountain and said, of course it is not simple. There is also a snow-capped mountain on Fenki Star. The environment is better than this one. It is more than 600 miles long. I was at the 6th level of innate at that time. It took me 6 days to climb over that snow-capped mountain. If it is this one, it will take at least half a month. Fengling said. So long? Then we need to prepare well. Of course, it's evening now. Let's eat first, then go to sleep. We'll set off again when we are full of energy. Fengling stretched and said. Aren't you afraid that Yuzong and the others will catch up with us? Yanqing asked. They will definitely catch up with us. There are 6 of them. Even if Janice and Raber are not here, the remaining 4 are chasing us. I guess Yuzong must have set up people at several important locations in the snow mountain. Ai Zhang, Yufei, and Dongfang Wu are not like us, who went around in circles. They walked ahead early in the morning. They had arrived before we came to the snow mountain. Fengling analyzed carefully and explained the situation they were facing. Then what should we do? Can we avoid the 3 people in front? This is not easy. There are only 2 main roads in the snow mountain. One is the valley at the foot of the mountain, which leads directly to the jungle. The other is a small road on the snow mountain. It is bumpy and extremely difficult to walk, but it is very safe and there is no storm. Apart from these 2 main roads, other places are difficult to walk. It is easy to encounter storms and then die without a burial place. Fengling said easily, but the content was very scary. Then we can only fight. So we have to conserve our energy. They are stationed in these 2 places. No matter what, their combat effectiveness will be affected. We are still very advantageous to face them in the best condition. Okay, go cook quickly, I'm starving. Fengling said with his feet. Okay, I'll do it right away. Yanqing set off quickly. He was completely a burden on this road, which made him very unhappy and helpless. Now he can only do these small things to repay Fengling. It would be great if he could reach the transcendent realm. Yanqing sighed. At that time, he would be able to help. After eating and drinking, it was already dark. Fengling wanted to sleep with Yanqing, but was rejected by Yanqing. The night passed without any incident, and both of them slept well. In another place, Yang Ze was still hiding. He had not eaten anything that day, but only drank a little dew. He knew that Janice and Lei Bo were looking for him. Now it was a race against time. He not only had to buy time for himself, but also for Yanqing and Fengling. Holding these 2 people here would also reduce a burden for Yanqing. However, just as Yang Ze was thinking this, a spiritual force suddenly swept across the tree hole where Yang Ze was. Yang Ze's body suddenly shook, and he knew he was exposed. The tree hole shattered with a bang, and Yang Ze used his internal force to escape into the depths of the jungle. Lei Bo grinned. In order to find Yang Ze, he had not slept all day, and he was in a very bad mood. Now that he finally found him, it was time to tear this guy alive. Lei Bo moved, lightning flashed around him, and his speed suddenly increased, running towards Yang Ze. Janice received Lei Bo's message. He understood that Lei Bo had found Yang Ze, so he also rushed forward and joined Lei Bo in just a few minutes. The 2 people locked Yang Ze with their mental power. Yang Ze could not escape under their eyes, and the distance between them was getting closer and closer. With a whoosh, a stone flew past Yang Ze. This was a warning from behind. If Yanqing did not stop, the next stone would surely hit his body. Yang Ze had no choice but to stop. He leaned against a big tree and silently took out the talisman given by Yanqing from his chest and put it in his sleeve, ready to use it at any time. According to the method Yanqing said, just use energy to stimulate it. The internal force in his body has recovered a little. It's just right to use it at this time. Lei Bo and Janice approached and looked at Yang Ze. The 2 were very annoyed by the trouble Yang Ze had caused them. Run, why don't you run away? Lei Bo grinned. He still wants to escape, but he just can't. Janice laughed heartily, and there was no sign of a black heart. Why did you betray me? What benefits did the Yi family give you? Yang Ze's mind raced, and he felt that at this time, asking a few questions would help him learn something. Haha, it's very simple, because the benefits the Yi family gave us are great enough. Although the conditions you offered are very tempting, they are much less than what your Yang family can offer. Lei Bo said greedily. Aren't you afraid of revenge from my Yang family? Yang Ze pretended to be strong but weak. Humph, after this test, under the siege of our 6 major families, the Yang family, which is not recognized by Shai and Fu, will definitely be destroyed. So how can they retaliate against us? Janus shook his head. Yang Ze, blame your bad luck. Who made you born in the Yang family? Your Yang family is no match for the Yi family. If the Yi family wants you to die, you can only die. Your head of the family is very powerful, but no matter how powerful he is, can he defeat the 2 immortals of the Yi family together? No need to talk nonsense. Take action. Lei Bo couldn't help it and interrupted Janus. What an impatient person. Forget it. Kill him. At least I still have a relationship with him, so I won't take action. I'll just watch. Janus said. It's up to you. It's best if you don't take action. Just let me enjoy the pleasure of tearing the number 1 person of the Yang family alive. Lei Bo quickly stepped forward. When his hand was about to touch Yang Ze, it suddenly bounced back. This shocked Lei Bo. Bye, both of you. I don't want to die for the time being. Yang Ze taunted. He activated the teleportation spell given to him by Yanqing and looked at the solid protective shield before the space moved. He felt a little emotional. This thing given by Yanqing was really reliable. Damn, what is this? Lei Bo gathered a lightning in his hand and blasted it towards Yang Ze. However, a white light flashed. Yang Ze disappeared, and the lightning also hit nothing. Why did Yang Ze suddenly disappear? Lei Bo and Janus were very shocked. This was simply not in line with common sense. If Yang Ze broke through the space, it would be impossible. Only the human emperor could do this. What on earth was going on? For the first time, they felt that things were out of their control and were changing in an unknown direction. Chapter 23, Fengling vs AI Zhang. In a dense jungle, the space suddenly twisted, and a figure fell out. This person was Yang Ze, who escaped from Janus and Rappo. It seems that I escaped. Yang Ze stood up slowly and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that there was no abnormality around him. Yanqing said that this talisman can be moved dozens of miles away. Now I don't know where it is. I can only survey the terrain first, compare it with the map of survival in the wild, and then determine the direction and route. Yang Ze walked and looked at the terrain, and his figure slowly disappeared into the depths of the jungle. At the same time that Yang Ze escaped, Yanqing and Fengling also stepped into the border of the snow mountain in the best condition. As the 2 people continued to approach the snow mountain, the green of the jungle slowly receded, replaced by white snow and crystal clear ice flowers. The small universe in Yanqing's body clearly felt the unstable breath flowing in the air, which made people tense and dared not relax. The route chosen by the 2 people was a small path on the snow mountain. Although it was difficult to walk, it was very safe. Soon, the 2 reached the halfway point of the first snow mountain. They saw the winding path and the enemy standing beside the path, silently waiting for them. Yanqing's pupils suddenly shrank. The enemy blocking the road was AI Zhang, one of the 10 geniuses in the Transcendent Realm and the heir of the AI family. Unlike Yanqing's heavy heart, Fengling smiled easily. Among Dan Fangwu, Yufei and AI Zhang, only one of them could threaten her, and that was Dan Fangwu. Yufei's martial arts were sparse and not to be feared, and AI Zhang had been defeated by her. Yanqing was a little confused and didn't understand why Fengling's expression suddenly became relaxed. Could it be that this person was not strong? Fengling said to Yanqing, this person was defeated by me before. If he wants to challenge me again today, I don't mind letting him fail again, or even taking his life. When AI Zhang saw Fengling, his face suddenly turned black. He didn't want Fengling to take this path. The scene of Fengling stepping on his chest in the past was still vivid in his mind, and he couldn't forget it. Although he felt humiliated, he was even more afraid of Fengling, which left a shadow in his heart. It doesn't matter, I just need to hold her back, consume her energy, and then inform Yi Zhang and the others of Fengling's whereabouts. There is no need to confront them head on. AI Zhang muttered in his heart, and the fear in his heart disappeared a little. AI Zhang, are you going to block my way? Aren't you afraid of being stepped on by me again? Feng Ling said loudly, her figure floating, and she came to AI Zhang in an instant. AI Zhang retreated 10 meters, calmed down, and laughed. Feng Ling, I just need to hold you back. There is no need to confront you head on. I have sent a text message. When Yi Zhang and the others come, I will see how arrogant you are. Feng Ling's face changed. She understood what AI Zhang meant. If she was held back by AI Zhang, she and Yanqing would definitely be killed by Yi Zhang and the others who came. The most urgent thing is to kill AI Zhang as quickly as possible. Otherwise, even if they set foot on the path, through the traces of the battle, Yi Zhang and the others can keep tracking, and finally find her and Yanqing. AI Zhang, why do you want to go against me? Whatever benefits Yi Zhang gave you, I can also give you. Feng Ling, what Yi Zhang can give me, you can't give me. I have figured it out now. My shadow is you. The only way to remove the shadow in my heart is to kill you. AI Zhang was very crazy and roared at Feng Ling. Feng Ling saw that he could not convince AI Zhang, so he had to fight. AI Zhang's momentum soared, and he was ready to make a move. The duel between the two geniuses of the transcendent realm began. Yanqing hid aside very cleverly to prevent himself from becoming AI Zhang's target and becoming a burden to Feng Ling. Hurricane strangulation. Feng Ling raised her hand and used the classic move of the Feng family. This move Feng Chen had used before. It can make 2 tornadoes. Feng Ling's strength is terrifying, more than 10 times stronger than Feng Chen. There are dozens of tornadoes that she condensed, each of which is about 3 meters thick and has amazing suction. Locate the wind blade. 10-fold strangulation. Feng Ling raised his hand, and dozens of tornadoes swept the ice and snow around AI Zhang, and countless wind blades shot out, forcing AI Zhang into a desperate situation. Don't underestimate me, Feng Ling. AI Zhang roared, and his body suddenly swelled up, tearing his clothes. The muscles around his body were cast like metal, and countless wind blades fell on his body, leaving no trace of white marks. This is the AI family's martial arts god's body, which means that after practicing, you can have a body that can shatter the world, and it is indestructible, and cannot be broken. God's fist. AI Zhang's fist flashed with a yellowish brown light, and each punch could tear a tornado. AI Zhang's body was super developed and very fast. He threw dozens of punches in less than a second, quickly destroying all the tornadoes. AI Zhang's feet burst out with a huge roar, and he jumped up and bombarded Feng Ling at almost the speed of sound. Wind cross spin technique. Feng Ling seemed to have expected AI Zhang's actions. With both hands in front of his chest, the cross-shaped wind blades formed by hundreds of winds rotated regularly, forming a field and hovering around Feng Ling. The rotating wind blades tore through the space, extremely sharp, cutting fine scars on AI Zhang's body in mid-air. AI Zhang's speed also continued to slow down. Rely on rotation to increase cutting ability? Humph. Reinforcement. The words of God. The energy between heaven and earth was absorbed by AI Zhang, and a light film appeared on his body. Although it was very thin, it was very strong. The wind blades could no longer break AI Zhang's defense. How about it, Feng Ling? I have become strong, and I'm no longer the humble man under your feet. I'm no longer afraid of you. AI Zhang laughed wildly. He was left with a psychological shadow. What he wanted most was to defeat Feng Ling, and now, his wish will be realized soon. It's ridiculous. AI Zhang is just like this. Your god body is not cultivated well enough. Feng Ling did not panic, but laughed at her. Domain fusion. Wind cross. Return to 1. Following Feng Ling's words, all the wind crosses condensed together and merged into a huge cross-shaped wind blade. Impossible. How can your mental power be so strong? AI Zhang was shocked. Being able to fuse all the wind crosses in an instant, Feng Ling's mental power must be more than 10 times stronger than his. Nothing is impossible. You are not the only one making progress. I'm making progress faster than you. Feng Ling said proudly. The huge cross-shaped wind blade slashed towards AI Zhang. Rip. A large amount of blood rain was thrown. One of AI Zhang's arms was directly cut off by the wind blade. His body was damaged, and his body of God had been broken. AI Zhang retreated dozens of meters unwillingly, covering his wound, looking at Feng Ling with resentment and fear. Feng Ling defeated him again, and he could no longer muster the fighting spirit. Feng Ling slowly fell down, hooked his finger at AI Zhang, and said contemptuously, do you want to continue? Chapter 24. Cooperation between Fengling and Yanqing. Looking at Fengling, who looked like a queen, Yanqing was very shocked. The image of Fengling in his mind was overturned. It turns out that Fengling can also be domineering. I always thought that she was always in a state of no moral integrity. It's amazing. However, miss, this is not the time to act stupid. We are in a hurry, Yanqing murmured. AI Zhang gritted his teeth and said, Fengling, I admit that you are strong, and I can't defeat you. But I can fight guerrilla warfare and consume your strength. I think Li Chang and his men have already reached the snow mountain. I want to see if you can still be arrogant at that time. By the way, you still have to protect that kid. I will kill that kid. I want to see how many times you can protect him. AI Zhang pointed at Yanqing, and the resentment in his heart had reached the extreme. Fengling's murderous intent burst out, and he said angrily, AI Zhang. Hundreds of wind blades shot out, and AI Zhang moved his body and instantly moved 100 meters away, avoiding the attack of the wind blades. Fengling, don't forget that my AI family's instant movement is the strongest among all the aristocratic families in short distance movement. You can't kill me. AI Zhang laughed loudly. Seeing Fengling angry but unable to do anything to him, he felt extremely happy. Fengling's face was cold, and she spread her hands. Countless wind blades spread out behind her like a peacock spreading its tail. Go. Fengling pointed her hand, and the wind blades fell down immediately, like a rainstorm, leaving no place for people to hide. Strengthen, the words of the gods. AI Zhang's body was strengthened again. The wind blades fell on him. Although they could cut through the protective membrane, they could not cause effective damage to him. Although AI Zhang broke an arm, the injury was not serious, and the bleeding was stopped by himself. Yanqing saw that the situation was not good, and he was secretly anxious. It would definitely not work if it dragged on like this. Yi Chang and the others would catch up soon. He had to think of a way. Suddenly, Yanqing's expression tensed up. AI Zhang braved the windblade rain and broke through to him very quickly. AI Zhang raised his fist and looked at Yanqing with murderous eyes. Fengling couldn't keep calm anymore. She swooped down and blocked Yanqing. In a hurry, she fought with AI Zhang. Boom. Fengling pulled Yanqing and quickly retreated. A little blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. She was not good at close combat. The previous blow shook her internal organs and caused her some minor injuries. She couldn't stay here any longer. The situation was very critical. Fengling threw out her gourd, carrying Yanqing and her, and wanted to fly away. But AI Zhang kept attacking, knocking the gourd in the air to roll. Damn it, I really want to kill that guy. Fengling punched the gourd. She was very dissatisfied with this result, but there was no way. She could defeat AI Zhang, but she couldn't kill him. Fengling, does his godly body have no weaknesses? Yanqing asked in a deep voice. He felt very aggrieved because he was always protected by Fengling and caused Fengling to be injured. He felt very guilty. He was eager to help Fengling. Fengling was stunned and replied, there is a weakness. The godly body at this stage will have a stagnation time when it is subjected to a large-scale attack. That time is 1/10 of a second, and it is difficult to catch. Fengling, I will create this opportunity. You will launch the final blow. Yanqing said seriously. What, you want to make a move? Is it the trick of that day? Fengling was about to refuse, but suddenly remembered the meteor-like punch that Yanqing swung when facing the iron-slashing beast. Okay, you create opportunities, and the final blow is left to me. Fengling was very decisive, and decided on this method without hesitation. Well, I'll go. Yanqing tore off the package outside the holy clothes box, took a deep breath, and jumped down from the sky. The cold air blew his face and his hair flew in all directions. This is a gamble. He is going to bet his life to create that opportunity and expose AI Zhang's flaw. Come, the holy clothes. With the neighing of Pegasus, the holy clothes box trembled, emitting light and opened. Fengling opened her eyes wide. This was the first time she saw how the fairy treasure in the form of Pegasus appeared. AI Zhang narrowed his eyes. The sudden burst of light in the air made him feel very dazzling. Clang clang clang. The holy clothes were draped on Yanqing very quickly. Yanqing roared loudly. He was too frustrated along the way. He was just a burden. He also wanted to play his own value and become Fengling's helper. Now, he can finally realize this wish. Let me burn this depression and guilt in my heart. My little universe is boiling. Yanqing fell faster and faster. He slowly and firmly drew the trajectory of the stars of Pegasus with both hands and concentrated all the power of the little universe on his right fist. AI Zhang looked at Yanqing with disdain and laughed in his heart. This person of the third level of innateness actually came to attack me. Did he think he could hurt me? Foolish. Pegasus Meteor Fist. Yanqing swung his fist at high speed, and countless meteors fell from the sky. Yanqing only swung for 3 seconds, and every second was around the speed of sound. The most was 386 punches in 1 second, breaking the speed of sound. AI Zhang was shocked. Although the power of this punch was very small at the beginning, after being accelerated at the speed of sound, the power was already as strong as the wind blade of Fengling. Moreover, there were too many fist rays, which were simply overwhelming, giving AI Zhang a strong sense of threat. Boom. AI Zhang stood up, and the pale yellow membrane around his body flowed, constantly eliminating the power of the meteor fist. He looked at Yanqing with a slight sneer in his eyes. Boy, your trick is only good enough to tickle me. If you want to challenge me, it's still hundreds of years too early. There's no need for me to challenge you. I'm just a prelude. Your opponent is behind. Yanqing fell to the ground and smashed a big hole. Prelude, not good. AI Zhang understood and was shocked. He raised his head. A huge wind blade gathered in the hands of Fengling in the air and slashed towards AI Zhang at an extremely fast speed. AI Zhang, I have been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Before AI Zhang could react, the wind blade broke through the pale yellow protective film on his body and cut into his body, cutting him into 2 sections from the chest. Bang, blood sprayed, dyeing the snow with a layer of red. No, it's impossible. How could I die? AI Zhang's eyes were wide open. He couldn't believe that he was killed by Fengling. His hands grabbed the ice and snow on the ground fiercely a few times, trying to struggle, but he stopped moving after a while. His eyes lost their spirit and turned grey. Fengling exhaled a breath. Having solved the problem of AI Zhang, she could finally relax for a while. She jumped down, walked to Yanqing's side, and asked with concern, "Hey, are you okay? It's so high. Did you get hurt?" "No, I'm protected by the holy clothes. How could I get hurt? What does this have to do with you?" Yanqing's forehead was bulging with veins. After the crisis was resolved, Fengling's integrity was gone forever. Well, this is also good. I also like this kind of feeling a little bit, Yanqing thought with some sadness. Chapter 25, The Inevitable Fight to the Death. AI Zhang is dead. Let's get on the road quickly, otherwise it will be troublesome if Yi Zhang and the others catch up, Yanqing said. Fengling nodded to show that she understood. Although she killed AI Zhang, she consumed a lot of energy. If someone chased her again, she really couldn't fight. After entering the path, Yanqing and Fengling found that the good could not use the wind to fly here. There were steep cliffs everywhere beside this path. The storm was howling, and the violent wind hit Fengling and Yanqing's bodies wantonly, hindering their progress. The two could only run forward on the path. 5 minutes later, a burly man appeared at the place where Fengling and AI Zhang had fought. Looking at AI Zhang's body, he frowned a little. He was Dongfang Wu, the heir of the Dongfang family. Because he was stationed in the valley of the snow mountain and was the closest, he came here quickly. Dongfang Wu gently swung a fist, lifting the ice and snow that had not changed for years, covering AI Zhang's body. He took out the communicator and dialed a number. "Yi Zhang, AI Zhang is dead," Dongfang Wu said bluntly. "What?" Yi Chang on the other side seemed very shocked. Although AI Zhang was no match for Fengling, he could still escape without any problem. How could he die? "It seems that you underestimated Fengling. She has become much stronger than before." Dongfang Wu stepped onto the path and followed Fengling Yanqing. "Dongfang Wu, I'll leave it to you. Fengling must have consumed a lot of energy to kill AI Zhang. I believe you can definitely defeat her. When the time comes, you can entangle her, and we will be there soon. No need, you don't need to intervene. I can deal with her myself. I haven't met a decent opponent for a long time." Dongfang Wu's eyes flashed with fighting spirit. Dan Fangwu, don't be impulsive. Dan Fangwu hung up the communicator before Yi Chan finished speaking. He is a martial arts fanatic. For him, opponents are more important than anything else. He doesn't care about being surrounded and killed. Feng Ling can kill AI Zhang, so she must be a good opponent. I hope you won't let me down. Dan Fangwu accelerated his body, smelled the traces of Yanqing and Feng Ling, and chased after them all the way. He was very fast. His feet left no trace on the snow. He really was a man who could leave no footprints on the snow. Getting closer, closer, Dan Fangwu could feel the breath of Feng Ling and another person. At this time, Yanqing and Feng Ling were walking on the path, one deep and one shallow. The wind and snow were very strong, making it difficult for them to walk. Yanqing waved his fists and smashed the rocks blocking the way. He was still wearing the holy clothes and did not take them off. At this time, the effect of wearing the holy clothes was much better than carrying them on his back. Suddenly, Yanqing felt suffocated. A powerful person was approaching them quickly. Feng Ling's face changed, and she also felt this powerful breath. Oh no, it's Dan Fangwu. I'm no match for him now. Let's go quickly, Feng Ling said anxiously, urging Yanqing. I know. Yanqing's microcosm exploded. His speed increased. He and Feng Ling turned into a flowing white line on the snow, trying to escape Dan Fangwu's pursuit. Can we run away? Divine speed. Dan Fangwu whispered. Mysterious runes suddenly surrounded his legs, which doubled his speed. The distance between him and Yanqing Feng Ling was getting shorter and shorter. He only needed 500 meters to catch up with Yanqing and the others. No, I can't run away. He's too fast. Yanqing was anxious. Dan Fangwu, who was behind him, was ranked in the top 3 in combat power among the 10 geniuses in the Transcendent Realm. He was very powerful. No matter what, neither of us can be trapped here. Feng Ling, you go first. I'll stop him. Yanqing made a decision. He owed Feng Ling a lot along the way, and now it was time for him to repay his debt. No, Yanqing, you're going to die. That's better than 2 people going to die. I feel lucky to have come this far. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to get this far. The Yi family is targeting our Yang family. I can't let your Feng family be implicated. Now I have to face it myself. But, listen to me, go quickly, I'll block this place. No matter what, I can't let you die. You must escape. Yanqing growled and interrupted Feng Ling's words. He put one hand on Feng Ling's back, and a strong force surged out, pushing Feng Ling forward dozens of meters. Yanqing touched the teleportation spell in his arms and sighed. He couldn't use it, absolutely couldn't use it, because he had to stop Dan Fangwu, and buy enough time to prevent Dan Fangwu from catching up with Feng Ling. Perhaps this time would be his last battle. But even so, he had to fight. He wanted to fight to the death. Ah. Yanqing burned his own little universe, stopped, and faced Dan Fangwu. Yanqing. Feng Ling shouted with a sad look. Yanqing knew that she was carrying the burden of the Feng family, so he would rather face the invincible enemy alone than let her get involved again. She wanted to stay, but she couldn't, because it would disappoint Yanqing's expectations. Yanqing, don't die, don't die, I will wait for you in front, you must come, definitely. Feng Ling left quickly. At the moment she left, a drop of crystal fell. In her previous interactions with Yanqing, she had some good feelings for Yanqing. Yanqing was a very pure person. She longed for such a person, and liked him very much. Get out of the way, Dan Fangwu said indifferently. The person in front of him wearing armor and blocking him should be Yanqing of the Yang family. Unfortunately, he is not interested in Yanqing now. He only wants to fight with Feng Ling. Dan Fangwu, your opponent is me, Yanqing said in a deep voice. The Dan Fangwu in front of him gave him great pressure. It was like a volcano about to erupt, with boiling magma, which was extremely terrifying. Get out of the way, Dan Fangwu said again. Seeing Feng Ling leave quickly, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. He kicked out with a loud bang in the air. Yanqing was extremely focused. Dan Fangwu's movement slowed down in his eyes. Yanqing dodged sideways and threw a punch at Dan Fangwu. Boom. Dan Fangwu threw a punch in time and fought with Yanqing. Surprise flashed across his face. This person of the 3rd level of innate still had the strength to fight back after dodging his attack. It was incredible. Could it be because of the armor? Although it was very interesting, Fengling was more important. Yanqing's hands drooped down and could not be used. Dan Fangwu's casual punch was much more powerful than his full strength punch. It directly shattered his finger bones and metacarpal bones. He was worthy of being a martial arts fanatic of the Danfang family. He was indeed powerful. 10-point body fighting technique. Dan Fangwu made a move. The Danfang family was a family that used mysterious runes to practice and fight. As the strongest of the younger generation of the Danfang family, Dan Fangwu's control over runes was really terrifying. Dan Fangwu crushed a rune in his hand, and the power of the rune was revealed. Dan Fangwu turned into 10 people and attacked Yanqing together. Some people punched, some people kicked, and different people had different movements, which made Yanqing dazzled. Are these 10 people real? It's impossible to tell them apart. Yanqing's perception of the microcosm can't tell which one is Dan Fangwu. He dodged one person's fist, but was kicked by another person and spit out a mouthful of blood. Everyone's attack is real, and the power is equal to Dan Fangwu himself. Powerless, very powerless, completely powerless. In just a few seconds, Yanqing was attacked dozens of times. Even with the protection of the holy clothes, each punch cleverly hit his joints, shattering his bones, and his body immediately collapsed and fell to the ground. Damn, my eyes can't keep up with Dan Fangwu's movements, so I can only passively take the beating, and a sense of powerlessness filled Yanqing's body. Dan Fangwu turned his body, and the 9 figures immediately overlapped with his body. He waved his sleeves and swept Yanqing, who slipped to the ground, to the side. It's not too late to chase him now. However, just when Dan Fangwu was about to take a step, a voice suddenly rang out, causing him to stop in his tracks. Hey, Dan Fangwu, I'm not dead yet. Is it appropriate to just go over like this? Yanqing's body was flashing with an extremely strong light. He was burning his small universe to the limit, even his life was burning. Yanqing slowly stood up, his bones were broken, but he was still able to stand up. How is it possible? He can still stand up with broken bones. Dan Fangwu was very surprised. Yanqing's behavior was beyond his expectations. Because, I'm a saint sire. The battle won't end until I die. Yanqing grinned, and his smile was a little ugly. I won't let you chase Fengling. If you want to go over, you can only step over my dead body. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.